Chapter 12:19. 8 Emperor War. Chapter 12:19. 8 Emperor War. Proofreader, Papatonks. The Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress were obsessed with the map at this point, taking their good time copying it and then comparing it for good measure. This whole process took a week. Before handing the paper to the gambling emperor, Zhuofan sent the three great people on their way, as the representative of Devil Mountain, to get ready for war. Zhao Qian looked to not have gotten over his loss in this deal, and never showed up. In the meantime, the emperors felt even more gratified by his demeanor, like they won big. So they saluted Zhuofan as they left. The gambling emperor gave him a long look. Demonic Emperor has earned heaven's favor to have Steward Zhua by his side. He left flying, under Zhuofan's watch, and grin. How was it? Did it work? The demonic emperor strolled out and smiled in joy. Zhuofan bowed. Sir, everything went perfectly. To get their copy as soon as possible from the gambling emperor, they're sure to help us crush the other two quickly. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua is incredible, getting those two to fall for your scheme with a few words and coming to my rescue. They wouldn't have taken such a risk otherwise. Demonic Emperor, sir, all I did was play a little mind trick. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Asking them to fight for us by using the map as bait wouldn't have worked. So we had them act as mediators first, fooling them into coming to the talks before changing your mind. They were promised the map, but now that the gambling emperor has validated it and seeing it so close, they couldn't bear the thought of missing out. Then we played our little act, one with the other against them. Zhao Qian laughed. I gave them crumbs while Steward Zhua argued over honorable reward. Of course they'd side with Steward Zhua, but forgot to consider if they should join the war in the first place. It was truly smooth how they got dragged into fighting our war for us with none the wiser. Steward Zhua's skills are ingenious, way better than any advisor I ever had, haha. Zhuofan bowed. Demonic Emperor is too kind. I'm just ashamed of making Sir play the bad guy. It's fine, since it's only natural for me to play such a role. You'd come off as fake if you'd done it and the plan would fall through. What mattered was for this deal to work. And they wanted the Nether Sea copy, humph. Zhao Qian sneered. Zhuofan nodded with his own cruel smile. He took out the real map and splashed water over to clean it. They wanted to copy the original, never imagining we'd tampered with it, adding more black circles. They still have a fake in the end. It's all due to Steward Zhua's clever thinking, anticipating such a situation. You have my complete admiration. Zhao Qian's eyes flashed and both cracked up. Zhao Qian said, should we now gather the men and join them in raiding those old fools' lands? No, Demonic Emperor, we cannot join this war. Why not? Zhao Qian stated. Those two came for me and I have to be a part of this war. Steward Zhua, do you have another devious plot? Zhuofan gave a vague smile. Demonic Emperor, think about it. With 3 emperors, those two will fall, no doubt about it. But when push comes to shove, what of our allies? Knowing the enemy is going to be defeated, they would give their all to fight in anger and hatred against such indignity. Our losses would be huge while our allies would just wait at the side. They would have some losses as well, while us and the enemy would be crippled, making them the real winners. Yes, none of those 8 emperors are good. They'll be sure to do this. Zhao Qian gnashed his teeth. Zhuofan grinned. Then, when they fight, we just do nothing. The enemy would give their all against our allies, making them suffer while we watch them burn from a safe distance. When the outcome is obvious, we join in as allies and win everything. Isn't that better? Yeah, we won't lose one man and would get a third of those two's lands. Zhao Qian's eyes shone with joy. Steward Zhua, amazing as ever. I did say, Demonic Emperor, to look for adversaries and not allies, and found I have. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Zhao Qian was over the moon. Thrilled and oblivious at this careful net being laid out, meant to drag him down to hell as well. A month later, the Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor had no trouble at all taking 20 more of Demonic Emperor's cities. The rest of the world found it odd. Even with 2 emperors against him, demonic emperor wouldn't just sit still, right? Letting his lands be taken away without even a fight. The attackers themselves found it queer out of the blue. The neutral sword emperor and enchanting empress joined the fight against them. They looked to have been gotten ready just for this too. The war was thus in full swing, with each side having two emperors. As for demonic emperor, he showed no sign of joining. The enemy had no intention to duke it out with those strong crazies, so they withdrew from the demonic emperor's lands. The demonic emperor still hadn't sent one soldier on the front or recovered his lands. Uncertain, the two enemies set their soldiers at the borders, waiting for a week, only falling back for real when the demonic emperor still showed no signs. They now moved their soldiers to deal with the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress invasions on their lands. Their weakened borders led to the new participants having an easy time taking 10 cities. The enemy was furious, sending their armies to help while shouting curses all the time. "We had no beef with you, so why the hell are you ganging up on us? This is absurd." The two rushed to counter, making the strong forces of the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress suffer losses. Another month passed, and the newcomers took 5 more cities with their relentless assaults. Though losses mounted to 40%, the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress felt it and swore on and off because of it. Not the enemy emperors, since they were just defending their lands. Their only gripe was, of course, with the demonic emperor. It was his mess to begin with, yet after more than a month, he still sat on his laurels, leaving them to enjoy a nice day on a bloody battlefield. The demonic emperor had to strike the enemy's heart, and then the war would have been over and done with ages ago. He didn't do that, of course, letting the 4 emperors clash and entwine, making a resolution improbable in the short term. The demonic emperor would definitely hang the copy over their heads because of this too, making all the effort till now wasted. So the war went on, with no one to direct it or stop it. Just what Zhuofan wanted, 8 emperors. Letting you rulers kill each other is the fastest way to fall. So go ahead, tear each other apart to your heart's content, ha ha ha. Shriek. Over the bloody battlefield, with limbs and corpses rotting in the blazing sun, a 2-mile-long bald eagle cast a dark shadow with its huge wings. On its back was a spindly man with sharp eyes. "Senior sister, the Falcon Emperor has joined the battle." In a large tent, Mei Sangu rushed to report. 8 emperors frowned. "The old man is here? Damn it, a fight among 8 emperors can't be avoided now. The war has to end now if we are to endure. Sangu, take the Ruby Cloud sect forces 50 miles back so that they do not get affected." "Yes." Mei Sangu carried her orders. The Enchanting Empress' eyes flared and she flew out to face the Falcon Emperor above the hellscape. "Old man, you're finally stepping in yourself. I thought you'd wait till the last man to show up." "Enchanting Empress, what did I ever do to you to invade my lands? We all work for our greed. You didn't do anything, but I'm entrusted with another's business." Enchanting Empress' eyes shone. The Falcon Emperor squinted. "A deal with the demonic emperor, perhaps? I was wondering, why would you and the Sword Emperor turn on us? Tell me, what did he promise you anyway? I'll just double it." "Ha ha ha, Falcon Emperor, you think any random trinket could impress us? You don't have what he does." "Really? Then that leaves war as the only option." The Falcon Emperor flicked his sleeve, and the eagle beneath him shot for the Enchanting Empress with bloodthirst. Chapter 12:20. The One from Sacred Mountains. Chapter 12:20. The One from Sacred Mountains. Proofreader, Papatonks. The lofty falcon. The Falcon Emperor waved and a golden falcon flew out from his body, high above, growing larger and larger as it enveloped the sky. It flapped its wings and shot golden feathers down like meteors. Everything in 1,000 miles was covered in craters. The ground quaked, the air warped, everything ended up reduced to nothing from the overbearing power. Both sides were wise enough to pull out their men, avoiding the pointless loss of millions of lives. Not even a spirit king could avoid that. They watched agape and in fear at the wanton destruction, thanking their lucky stars to be alive. They were also amazed at the 8 emperors' strength, way beyond any normal emperor. "Senior sister, Mei Sangu watched with worry. An eerie laughter jarred their ears. Ha ha ha, Falcon Emperor, using the Imperial mark off the bat? You're going all out, I see. Whoosh. A swirling wind came out of nowhere, removing all the dust. A stem hundreds of meters long, adorned with golden lights and petals emitting faint ethereal fragrance, winded its way upward, blossoming in this wretched battlefield. The enchanting Empress sat upon it, showing mesmerizing charm and a coy smile playing on her lips. Imperial mark, heavenly jasper? The Falcon Emperor smiled. My ascending divine falcon soul rules the skies, while your heavenly jasper soul roots in the endless earth. It's like a battle between heaven and earth. The enchanting Empress said, the heavens and earth coexist, as do yin and yang. Despite being opposite, they can't overcome each other, unlike us. For someone always falls. Humph, since time immemorial, the heavens are lofty and the earth is base. You're the one who shall fall. Let's see it then, shall we? The enchanting Empress raised an eyebrow, shouting, high earth-ranked martial art, flower bloom, heaven-piercing forest. Boom. The earth cracked as golden vines snaked out of the ground, untold numbers shooting for the skies. They whistled as they rented the air, feeling like they were about to tear the heavens asunder. Falcon Emperor was grave atop his eagle as he avoided the incoming vines. The enchanting Empress sneered, does a heavenly lord not deign to land? Enchanting Empress, you're getting ahead of yourself. Uprooting these things is nothing to me. Falcon Emperor made a sign, high earth-ranked martial art, divine elusive falcon, airborne hunt. The golden eagle above exploded in a brilliant flash, sending golden motes of light in all direction. They turned into miniature golden eagles. In the millions there was not a place that hadn't one. The enchanting Empress turned grave, making the vines cover her bang. Explosions echoed all around her. Her tough vines were unable to withstand the finger-sized golden eagles, splintering and breaking with every impact. The Falcon Emperor sneered. The vines all crumbled, but the enchanting Empress was nowhere to be seen. Her imperial mark, heavenly jasper, was gone as well. Then he noticed the ground had a dark hole, 1 meter wide. The Falcon Emperor muttered, flowers live on the ground. Does that mean she hid beneath the earth? Bam! Dust flew everywhere as a root shot from under the earth, straight for him. The deadly bloodlust made him flinch, jumping off the eagle on instinct with a muffled sound. The giant eagle cried as it got skewered. The Falcon Emperor looked back and gasped. His huge eagle had half of its body gone, releasing a rain of blood in its suffering plunge to the ground. In its place was a towering stem with a gorgeous flower at the end. Though this flower not only had thorns, but teeth and a bloody maw as it tore through the eagle's body. The blood pulsed through its veins down the stem, giving it a ghastly look. The enchanting Empress was still atop her flower, giving him a wicked smile of contempt. To think the heavenly jasper is a carnivore. The Falcon Emperor clenched his fists and threw his hand out, making golden lights gather behind him to form a 300-meter-long golden eagle. Enchanting Empress, you killed my mount, so I'm going to gut you like a trout and offer up your soul to my divine falcon. The enchanting Empress said, any slower and the 10th level spiritual beast wouldn't have been the only casualty. You lost back there and are still blustering about? Shut it, enchanting Empress. Today you're plucked, 1 petal at a time. What did you say? The enchanting Empress was outraged. I said you're plucked. Die. The enchanting Empress made a furious sign, and her man-eating chair shot for the skies. The earth shook with its movements as thousands upon thousands of vines shot out as well, aiming for the Falcon Emperor. The Falcon Emperor was no pushover either, trembling and releasing a lofty eagle cry as he dived along with his golden eagle. The blazing sun above sent its rays to help, turning into firebirds in the millions. The sky warped and the earth caved as the 2 relentless cultivators unleashed their heavy attacks. Even as they had yet to clash, the thick and calamitous power they unleashed reeked of death. All spectators shuddered with the fight reaching do or die. Stop! A shout rent the skies, making the 2 halt their attacks. Whoosh! Understanding their situation, the man never thought of the possibility the two could pull back their attacks. And since you can't stop, I will handle them myself. Two booms echoed that startled everyone. At the peak of the skies, two white sword waves shot down, 100 meters in length, straight for the two. The rising vines got pruned down to their molecules, while the diving golden eagle got bisected, before turning into harmless lights. A 300-meter large image of a man carrying 18 swords on his back used his large hands to clasp on Enchanting Empress Carnivorous Flower and Falcon Emperor's golden eagle. This. The two cried, spirit, body, soul. A saint. I am the sixth sacred mountain saint, He Xiaofeng. The huge image held in the center of his head an eminent youth staring down at them. I heard of the 8 emperors going to war, bringing chaos and destruction among the people, so I came to put a stop to it. Give up. My attacks would have cut your souls and yourselves if they were aimed at your imperial marks. The two gasped and bowed. Thank you, Saint, for your mercy. We're forever grateful. Cut the crap. We came out because of orders to discuss with the 8 emperors. But it turns out you guys are nothing but idiots to fight over fortunes. He Xiaofeng decreed, you are to go to the Sword Emperor's place within the month. We'll talk there. He Xiaofeng released his hold on them and vanished. The 2 emperors stood stock still, seeing the fear in the other's eyes. This saint had always been in seclusion. What's he doing out? The last time that he came out was due to 9 Serenity's secret record. Is this time because? The enchanting Empress' heart sank. Curses. Here comes another struggle for treasure. The sacred mountains are no saints after all, humph. The Sword Emperor and Wraith Emperor were at their throats with their deadly attacks when an old man popped in to put a halt to their senseless destruction, telling them the 8 emperors were to gather. Thus, the curtain fell on the war of 5 emperors, with neither party coming out pleased. As the big bad boss above came down, the little guys could no longer act tough and do what they pleased. Chapter 12:21, Summons. Chapter 12:21, Summons. Proofreader, Papatonks. Someone from the sacred mountains came. In Devil Mountain's main hall, the demonic emperor shouted out after the Sword Emperor's messenger left. Then his fury exploded, and he smashed a good table to splinters. Damn them all. They just couldn't pick a better timing than right when things were getting heated up. I was just about to charge in and sweep everything, but they just had to butt in and ruin everything. So many losses, yet fricking nothing to show for it. Curse them. Hello, you lost nothing, you dunce. Why the tantrum? It should be the Sword Emperor, Enchanting Empress, and me in particular, who should be raging. It was bad enough it took so much effort to enact such a bloody war, getting everyone to jump in. Now everything went out the window. I'm the one who lost everything here. 7 sacred mountains only ever acts out of need, which means. Zhuofan rubbed his chin and thought, Demonic Emperor sir, news of Nether Sea map must have reached them. We'll have to hand the map over. Why the hell would I? Zhao Chen threw his hand. Zhuofan sighed. Yeah, after so much blood and sweat in keeping the original, only to give it all up makes me worthless to sir. However, no matter the value of the map, one's life is far more precious. Zhao Chen shuddered, recalling the lesson of his master dying at a saint's hand because of the 9 Serenity's secret records, and sighed. Master was the boldest of the 8 emperors, and even under the other 7's attacks, still stood undefeated. Only when a saint. Curse those 7 sacred mountains! Zhao Chen raged inside, evident by his ragged breath. His face turning red. Zhuofan said, Demonic Emperor sir, have you cracked the map by chance? It would make giving it up all the more easier. Crack it? You think you can up and resolve something so abstruse over lunch? Zhao Chen sighed. I wouldn't care about giving it up either if I had. Zhuofan's eyes shone. An idea struck me that might help. Oh, Steward Zhuo, you saw through it? I can't say for sure, just that I might know where to start. That's better than nothing. At least we could try it on a copy we make. Zhao Qin laughed, taking out the map. Steward Zhua, what's your idea? Tell me. Zhua Fan leaned and pointed out a corner. I was struck by an idea that this map might be just a star chart. Steward Zhua, can you read the stars? Somewhat, with my low cultivation, I could only invest my time in other areas, lest I was content to remain pariah. Zhua Fan continued, Sir, look here, these corners seem to resemble star clusters and this looks just like the night sky. It's just so hard to make it up with all of them so tight together. Zhao Qin frowned hard and exclaimed, These extra black dots do interfere, Steward Zhua. Just tell me about the sky area you can see while ignoring the one that eludes you. Demonic Emperor, sir, that's brilliant. I was thinking the same thing. Zhua Fan smiled and took out a paper to put over the other. Look, sir, this is the rough star chart. Zhao Qin nodded, then his eyes lit up as he looked. Isn't this a map of sacred domain? Good going, sir. The image formed does look like the sacred domain's map. Ha ha ha, then follow the stars and draw out the sacred domain outline. Nether Sea must be somewhere on it. But where? Zhua Fan smirked as he played along. I can't make out this part. The star positions, the shape like 9 rings. Maybe underworld star cluster. Wait, underworld. Right, diviners look at the sky to determine one's fate. If there's a bright star in the underworld star cluster, that means they're going to die. Zhua Fan pointed out. Zhao Qin considered it, then smiled. Nether Sea must be where the underworld river is. The Death Star's location must be the door to Nether Sea. We did it. Nether Sea map's mystery is resolved. Ha ha ha, Zhao Qin laughed wildly. Zhua Fan bowed. Amazing, sir, congratulations. Come, Steward Zhua, you're going overboard. Something tells me you cracked it already and only came here to tell me. Zhua Fan shook his head. Sir, I'm but a fool. You don't have to push the credit on me to stroke my ego. I could never have the heart to cast out such a talented genius like you, Steward Zhua. So don't play the fool with me and suck up to me. Zhao Qin beamed as he put the map in his ring, patting Zhua Fan's shoulder. Once I get Nether Sovereign's cultivation method and become a saint, no, a sovereign, you'll still be at my side, above everyone else. I won't ever forget your dedication, ha ha ha. Thank you, Sovereign. Zhua Fan bowed, snickering inside. Since you want Nether Sovereign's legacy, by all means, take it. Just be sure to take the rest with you, all right, ha ha ha. A month later, the 8 emperors took their closest people to the Sword Emperor's place. Despite being the owner in his home, he didn't feel like one. In his seat sat a youth, He Xiaofeng, and an old man next to him stood with a ruthless glimmer in his eyes. Greetings, saints. Everyone below bowed. The elder said nothing, with He Xiaofeng speaking. Rise. Thank you, saint. The people sat and He Xiaofeng swept them with his cold eyes. Where is demonic Emperor Zhao Qin? What may I do for you, saint? Zhao Qin bowed at once. Meek He Xiaofeng demanded. I heard you have the Nether Sea map. Is this true? It is, saint. Have you resolved its mystery? I'm but an oaf, saint. None of you are worthy of being able to unravel such a treasure anyway. He Xiaofeng sneered, not bothering masking his condescending tone. His voice was soft, yet strict as well. Give it here. Zhao Qin took out the map and presented it. Saint, here it is, as requested. He Xiaofeng nodded and took it for a closer look with a chuckle. Then he gave it to the old man. You're not mad about giving it up? The elder spared it a glance, then asked Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin showed an ingratiating smile. It has been my only wish to offer the map to Saint. How could I ever be mad? I would have long come to you and offered it, but I feared disturbing Sir's cultivation. Leech. The others wore bright smiles but thought the same thing in their minds. Cursing his despicable behavior, they were clueless that Zhao Qin had already seen through the map. Good, I'll remember you. The elder looked skeptical as he stared Zhao Qin down. Have you made any copies? I can give it to you to make one, as a memento. Zhao Qin shook his head. Saint Sir, you wound me. Since I offer you the map with all sincerity, I could never do such a thing. My only wish has been to serve Sacred Mountains. All our 8 Emperors' duties are to maintain the world for Sacred Mountain, to let Sirs reach higher enlightenment. How could we ever yearn for something like a sovereign's seat of enlightenment? I, of course, made no copies, ha ha ha. You're really not bad. The old man nodded and showed a weird smile. Much better than your master, Zhui Yifan, at least. That guy didn't know his limit, trying and failing to rely on the demon sovereign's legacy to rise above the 7 sacred mountains. But you never even thought about it, settling down instead. Saint is most gracious. Zhao Qin bowed with a beaming smile. Humph. I never got the chance. Who the hell would want you hanging over them? Who among the 8 emperors doesn't want to stomp you under their heels? It's only a matter of time before I will, hee hee. Zhuofan next to him had a dark look, recalling how a saint came after his life and clenched his fists. Those bastards from the 7 sacred mountains rely on the world's resources to seek Tao, but did they rise above its affairs? No. The 8 emperors rule half of sacred domain, but they would never escape their control. A bunch of fools who stand outside the secular world, but always think of it, are stuck unable to reach the sovereign stage, only wasting the sacred domain's resources. Serves you right. Any random mutt would have been flying if you've done it by now. Speaking of those truly touching the cusp of sovereign stage, then all those seniors I brought from the mortal domain with their world of experience and focused solely on Tao have a better chance than you. Fakers and posers got no chance. Chapter 1222. Off on a Treasure Hunt. Chapter 1222. Off on a Treasure Hunt. Proofreader, Papatongs. The old man placed the map in his ring, pointing out as he looked at the emperors, you all should take the demonic emperor's example and be sincere. Understand what you can and can't have, to not overstep your bounds in your schemes. Yeah, sir is absolutely right, ha ha ha. Beaming and bobbing their heads, the enchanting empress and sword emperor felt their hearts sink, reporting, Sir, we happened to get a copy from the demonic emperor, now resting in the gambling emperor's care. We leave it at Sir's discretion. The old man grinned knowingly. The gambling emperor's heart froze and presented the copies with nothing but respect as absolute power demanded. Here are their copies, sir. Right. The old man huffed and took them, giving the papers but a glance as he snickered. You've been the first holder of the Nethersea map. Is there anything else you would like to add? The gambling emperor offered another white paper. I had made another copy, sir. Gambling emperor, you're the sharpest of the 8 emperors. The Nethersea map had been with you for so many years, yet not one word went around that you had it. I'm flattered, sir, but I meant not to hide it. It was to research it and find Nethersea's location, to offer it. The gambling emperor shivered under the old man's stare as he explained himself, but the former cut him off. That's enough. I'm well aware what it's on all of your minds. A word of advice, don't be too smart for your own good. Your little games are known to sacred mountains. I'd rather avoid having you end up like the demonic emperor of old. The 8 emperors lowered their heads in respect and fear. None could defy the saints. Zhuofan squinted and hatred burned inside. The matter is settled, you may go. I and he Xiaofeng have matters to discuss. Do keep in mind that there might be some changes among the 8 emperors recently, and you should have an idea about it. The old man's remark had everyone looking grave at the implications. Changes in the 8 emperors. Does he mean someone will replace us? The people bowed and withdrew. He Xiaofeng recalled something and shouted, Enchanting Empress, stay! The enchanting empress looked at the rest as she was the only one left with the 2 saints, bowing. How may I assist you, sir? Enchanting Empress, you're one of the 8 emperors my father groomed. He Xiaofeng hooked his finger. Father trusts you the most. What of the matter you reported to father 100 years ago? Enchanting Empress smiled and nodded. Sir, Qingqing is good. Shouldn't you arrange a meeting then? He Xiaofeng's eyes shone. You raised the girl for so long, so don't you think it's time for her to come with me to Sacred Mountains? It's too sudden. Perhaps the ancient records do say her refusal will complicate things. He Xiaofeng sighed. My unique position and fear of arousing suspicion prevented me from bringing her into Sacred Mountains from the beginning. It would have been so much easier if we had just grown up together. Enchanting Empress nodded, with the old man smiling. Xiaofeng, don't worry, as the young lord of the sixth sacred mountain, capturing a girl's attention can't be easier. Am I right, Enchanting Empress? Yeah, ha ha ha. Enchanting Empress bobbed her head, feeling conflicted. That was before. Now the girl is only getting closer to another man. Maybe it should work. That kid is nothing before the lofty young lord of Sacred Mountains. The 7 emperors left the hall and gathered around to brainstorm the reason behind keeping the Enchanting Empress. Sure, they all clashed on an average basis, with even having a war not a month ago, but before Sacred Mountains, they found a common ground to unite them and discuss their situation. What's the Enchanting Empress connection with the 2 saints? Why do they keep her back every time? Who knows? The Broad has a large circle of friends. When dealing with Zhui Yifan, we were the only ones who knew about him. Even with our swift speed, somehow the saints got wind of it a bit too fast. Something tells me that she was the one who leaked it. Her? No way. With the coming of a saint, none of us would get anything from the 9 Serenities' secret records. Why would she do something that got her nothing instead? What's the point in bringing up the past? Now it's what matters. Sacred Mountains said they want to reorganize the 8 emperors. We need to consider our course. They went silent as they sighed. Zhuofan eavesdropped from the side, glancing at the closed hall's doors. Those rotten broads are with the Sacred Mountains? Regardless of Sacred Mountains' intent for us, we have no power. Rather than shake in our boots over what might come, we should go home, meditate, and clean house. Zhao Qin spoke first, cupping his hands. Goodbye. Zhuofan left with him. The others got curious. They knew the demonic emperor to be a powder keg ready to blow most of the time, so why was he so fine with how things turned out? Peculiar. The gambling emperor watched them go with a glimmer in his eyes. Something must be up. Maybe they don't care about Sacred Mountain's decision? That just can't be. A week later, Zhao Qin was back in his hall on Devil Mountain, alone with Zhuofan. Ha ha ha, Sacred Mountains? Once I find the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment and gain his legacy, there'll be nothing. The age of a sacred domain dominated by Sacred Mountains is over. The time for my rule has come. Zhao Qin said with excitement. Steward Zhua, gather the men at once, but only the most loyal, to go with me in search of Nether Sea. Zhuofan bowed and shook his head. Sir, there's no rush. The saints have yet to leave. They might just be coming for us once we move. Right, Steward Zhua. With those bastards here, they'll be sure to mess things up. I don't want to end up like my master. Zhao Qin said. Steward Zhua, when should we act then? We can take our time since no one can resolve Nether Sea's riddle overnight. Waiting won't change anything. Once the annoyances are gone, we can start then. In the meantime, Sir is to be on your best behavior in looking after your lands to raise no suspicion. Right, we'll do as you say. Guard. Zhao Qin followed Zhuofan's proposal and gave another 30 cities in the Luo clan's care. Besides the hundreds of rich lands and spiritual thick mountains, the Luo clan became Devil Mountain's #1 figure. Everyone under the demonic emperor knew that the first demon guard by his side held half of Devil Mountain's power. Zhuofan, the steward, was even more powerful. Despite the lousy cultivation, the Luo clan was outstanding as well, handling these new places with precision and honor. In only 3 months, the demonic emperor's cities were transformed and lively, with all the efforts focused on their rightful administration to the point that the saints looked impressed, leaving for sacred mountains with ease the moment they were gone. Zhao Chen's ambition knew no rest. Steward Zhua, we can begin. Let's wait 3 more months just in case. Zhuofan remarked, making the rash Zhao Chen fretful and anxious. Zhuofan not just had the demonic emperor's ear now, but even got him to listen. This was the devious and twisted methods of the great Zhuofan. Zhao Chen had a great advisor by his side, and not listening now would only leave himself to blame when he lost everything. Zhao Chen knew this as well, which was why he did not flatten him on the spot in a fit of rage like he did with all the other fools he had under him. Who's the demonic emperor here, you or me? The 3 months passed quietly and Sacred Mountains showed no sign of moving. Zhao Chen's limited patience was running out. Steward Zhua, now should be good. Sir, let's be off in search of Nether Sea. Zhuofan nodded. Zhao Chen was bouncing in joy, laughing like he already got the Nether Sovereign's precious cultivation method. Zhuofan smiled at his childish act, looking at the sky. So peaceful, like the calm before the storm, haha. Chapter 12:23, Snatched. Chapter 12:23, Snatched. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. Figures landed in a thick forest, with demonic Emperor Zhao Chen in the lead. Behind him was Bali Yu, who brought Zhuofan, as well as a young lady that glanced about. Steward Zhua, are you certain the entrance is around here? Zhao Chen asked Zhuofan, who glanced back at Schwanger. This is the place, right? We can't make any mistake, it is demonic emperor's great undertaking. Big brother Zhua, I recognize this place from the stars. It's the right place. Schwanger nodded with confidence, then she turned grave and squinted at the sun. The Death Star changes based on the world revolutions and humanity. I need to be certain of its position today before I can say any more. This shows the path to Nether Sea changes as well. Zhuofan nodded and said, Demonic Emperor sir, leave it to Schwanger. She will find the entrance. The Luo clan is filled with talents. A young lady actually can read the stars, a true gem. Zhao Chen sighed. It's my fortune to have the Luo clan come to serve under me. Zhuofan smiled. Demonic Emperor sir is too kind. We have nothing but some strange skills from all walks of life. We still need sir's guidance. I only hope that when sir soars, you would remember our efforts today and look after us. It's my only wish. Rest assured that I won't ever forget you devotion. Haha. Zhao Chen laughed, then stared at Schwanger as she took 2 steps east, 3 steps west. This girl looks to know her stuff, but the wait is killing me. After a long and slow period, Schwanger kept her constant pacing around the forest. As the sun set, she still wore a deep frown. Zhao Chen was tense, thumping with her every step. Can she really do it? With no diviner in his ranks, he could only rely on her. Schwanger lit up and stood firm. Found it. At the 128th degree of the ecliptic, the Death Star's deviation shifts the central palace and changes the world below. This is the place. Schwanger stomped with confidence. Zhuofan lit up and came to look. This is the Nether Sea entrance? But how do we get in? Zhao Chen stared down at the grass and asked. Zhuofan smiled, taking out hundreds of sacred stones and setting up an array. Every secret path has to be connected to pocket space. This is the ancient piercing cloud array, and by finding the right door, we can link the worlds and open the barrier to travel. Ancient array. Zhao Chen eyed Zhuofan. You know them? All are kept by sacred mountains. How? Zhuofan smirked. Clan legacy, but only a couple and not stockpiled like sacred mountains. Sir, let's hurry and open the door. The Nether Sea is right ahead. Zhuofan rushed Zhao Chen, egging him on. With Nether Sea, Zhao Chen forewent Zhuofan's suspicion. Overtaken by excitement, Zhuofan made signs. The gates of the abyss open wide. Spirits and souls stay on the other side, for the path of the Nether Sovereign I stride. Follow me, my comrades, with courage as our guide. The array flared to life with blinding lights before a beam of light shot into the sky, connecting with a bright star high above. Schwanger cried, "It's the Death Star. This is the way." The Nether Sovereign used the Death Star to seal it. To open it you must pass through the Death Star as well, then enter the Nether Sea. It's just like the map said. Then I'll go to Nether Sea for Nether Sovereign's cultivation method. Zhao Qin shouted in excitement. It's Providence. Heaven wants me sovereign, ha ha ha. A creepy laugher came just as his reached the peak. Ha ha ha, demonic emperor, you really did crack the Nether Sea map. You didn't let me down, waiting for half a year. Who said that? Zhao Qin shouted and grimaced as he looked back at the familiar fat man. Brother demonic emperor, what I couldn't do in decades, you did it in just a year. You have my respect. Gambling emperor. Zhao Qin ground his teeth. What are you doing here? Did someone leak it? There was no need, for I planned on watching anyone who had the map from the moment I threw it away. But I gave it up. Why are you still stalking us? True, you did give it up, but your acting was too obvious something was up. The gambling emperor snickered. All of Sacred Domain knows of your boiling rage and temper. You just got the map, then forced to hand it over soon after, yet you were more than happy to? Something's just isn't right here. Then when we left the hall, you ran away on the spot, becoming even more suspicious. Sure, the possibility of cracking the map was highly improbable, but I still tailed you this half a year every minute on the hour. Lo and behold, you haven't let me down, finding the entrance. Demonic Emperor, thank you for that, ha ha ha. Zhao Qin balled his fists. His eyes spitting fire, he toiled to find this place, only to let others take it. Zhuofan watched in silence, snickering in his mind. He long noticed the gambling emperor's gaze, and merely omitted mentioning it. That was why he leaked the truth of the map to Zhao Qin when news of Saint's appearing came. Zhao Qin would then hand over the map and draw attention with his weird behavior, all to fan the flames of conflict. The Five-Emperor War ended up a bust, but now you'll be sure to fight to the death. There's but one Nether Sovereign legacy, and you must keep it a secret as well. And now fight and kill for your survival and future. Zhuofan sneered inside. The two were about to do just that when a proud full voice came. Oh, demonic emperor, gambling emperor, you guys found the entrance and plan on having it all to yourself? We did have a deal, no, so shouldn't you share it with the Ruby Cloud sect as well? Enchanting Empress. The two whipped their heads back. Whoosh. The enchanting Empress brought a dozen disciples with her. As she floated down with a smirk, the two huffed, with demonic emperor demanding, "Gambling emperor, this broad has a loose tongue. Let's just deal with her first, then settle the Nether Sea afterward? It's always best to lower the shares." Agreed. The gambling emperor gave a cold smile, ready to kill. The demonic emperor took a step forward, his eyes cold. The enchanting empress mocked them. You two are so cruel, and we even work together too. Gambling emperor, weren't you always fair? Now you two are ganging up on a poor frail soul? There's no ganging, but you're just too meddlesome. Zhao Qin leaked black energy. I gave you the copy that you ended up handing over. All cooperation between us is gone. Since this isn't the gambling table, there's no room for honor. Gambling Emperor sneered. The enchanting Empress smirked. I knew you weren't going to be fair, so I brought someone who would. You won't get rid of me that easily. The two grimaced, their hearts sank. The hag brought help? Who? The Sword Emperor is. Hey, punk, are you still having that idiotic dream of taking my junior sister? Well, time to smell the roses, for she already has a man. Fang Min came up to mock Zhuofan. Zhuofan frowned. Two familiar figures appeared just then. One was Chu Qingqing and the other was the young saint. He Xiaofeng. His hand was snaked around Chu Qingqing's waist as he floated down with a grin. Curses, my wife's been snatched after half a year of not seeing each other? Zhuofan shuddered, balling his fists. Zhao Qin and the gambling emperor panicked. Why you didn't return, Saint? Chapter 1224, Death's Entrance. Chapter 1224. Death's Entrance. Proofreader, Papatongs. Like a match made in heaven, they deigned the world with their presence, as he Xiaofeng sneered. Chu Qingqing looked away, unable to meet Zhuofan's eyes. He Xiaofeng had her soft hands gripped in a vice, preventing her from moving away. Rotten lowlife. Zhuofan grimaced, feeling like decking the bastard. But he recalled the bigger picture and reined in his anger. He'd get his chance sooner or later. This isn't over. You don't look too pleased to see me, ha ha ha. The two landed and he Xiaofeng mocked them as he said, I've been staying over at the Ruby Cloud sect for a few days. Finding Miss Qingqing so charming, I had my senior uncle return. Are you perhaps against my coming? The two bowed at once. Never. Then let's return to the matter at hand, shall we? He Xiaofeng looked at the light pillar. Demonic Emperor, Gambling Emperor, who can explain what exactly you are doing here? What is this? Pompous bastard. They had no choice but to bow, with the demonic emperor beginning. Saint, I found that offering the map to sacred mountains was not enough to show my devotion, therefore I spent the last 6 months pondering hard before I found the Nethersea entrance. I was only thinking of taking the lead in removing any dangers that might appear, paving the way for you. Oh, you cracked it without the map? Demonic Emperor, I tip my hat towards you. He Xiaofeng's tone dripped with sarcasm. Zhao Chen continued, It's because of my deep devotion to sacred mountains, my endless pursuit to work for them that gave me the courage and blessing to help you. My meager mind could have never come up with the solution otherwise, ha ha ha. Good boy, Toadai. He Xiaofeng sneered. You're the last disciple of your master, no? I never got to see him, but I heard that the demonic emperor of old was arrogant even against saints, always so self-important. How did he even get a disciple like you? Zhao Qin winced, then shook his head. That's why he died. I want to live, so I would never betray the saint's kindness. The enchanting empress sank in thought as well. Unlike the staunch demonic emperor old, this one had no backbone, becoming someone's dog. But were they any different? They turned into dogs much sooner, perhaps, with only Zhuo Yifan remaining firm in his stance. The enchanting empress and gambling emperor lowered their heads. Zhuofan squinted and sighed. Coming back to sacred domain, the only thing he feared was the heavenly sovereign finding him out. His main purpose was to find Qingqing, but it wasn't his true reason for coming back. Providence worked in mysterious ways. Maybe he had returned only to finish what Zhuo Yifan had started. Looking at you so meek, I guess I'll believe you for now. He Xiaofeng sneered at his dog, turning to the light pillar. This is the Nethersea entrance? How do we go in? The demonic emperor bowed. We don't know. We've been trying to figure out when Sir came. So then do you have any idea? The two shook their heads. Gambling emperor proposed. The entrance might be a teleportation array, taking us to Nethersea. Oh, care to test that theory, Gambling Emperor? Me? Yes, you. No, Saint, better leave it to our men, just in case. I told you to go and you refuse? He Xiaofeng barked. The 8 emperors are the next strongest here, beside me. If you're all right, then I'll be fine. If you're in trouble, I'll be cautious. Curse you, using me as your guinea pig. The gambling emperor's face sank as he resigned himself. He walked to the light. It might be fine, but it could also kill him. He still had to go either way. The gambling emperor walked in. With hesitation and anxiety, light enveloped him, and he found everything to be fine. He looked around to find himself in the same place. Yeah, what's going on here? He Xiaofeng shouted. Gambling Emperor, did you find anything? Can you see the way in? No, there's no difference from outside, only a bit stiffer. The gambling emperor shook his head with a frown. Moving his limbs, cracks echoed, like something snapped. A fading glow then fell from the star above, and then hit his body. The gambling emperor's fine hair turned white just then. His fat body shriveled as wrinkles appeared on his face. The gambling emperor panicked and rushed to leave, but just as he raised a leg, he crumbled to dust. Even his clothes were disintegrated, SSS. Everyone gasped, even he Xiaofeng. He aged and died in mere moments. Under their very eyes gulp, everyone felt their skin crawl. He Xiaofeng shook as he glared at Zhao Chen. Demonic Emperor, what the hell is this? Are you positive this is the Nether Sea entrance? Saint, I am. Passing through must be done through a test, I fear. Zhao Chen looked at Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, what is this? Why did he turn to dust just by stepping in? Zhuo Fan pondered with a grave look. Schwanger lit up and pointed at the star above. It's the Death Star. It would unleash its death energy on any that want to enter the Nether Sea, taking their lives. Because there was so much of it seeping into his bones, he died as if he aged thousands of years, even rotting his bones. Even the entrance has a test. He Xiaofeng nodded and said coldly, the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment must be amazing indeed. Not just anyone can enter. He Xiaofeng took out the original map and recited. In Nether Sea's depth, the endless hell, where lost souls roam, their fate foretold. Who dares to tread upon our shore shall be condemned to suffer more, with mortal eyes forever blind. In the abyss, their souls confined. This is clearly a warning. No man can step into the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, lest they die. Even finding the Nether Sea entrance was pointless, since one just dies in the end. Since we can't go in, forget it. He Xiaofeng sighed and looked at the light beam with desire. The rest shook their heads. The Nether Sovereign's legacy was taunting them, but life was more important. Without it, the legacy was moot. Wait. Zhuo Fan shouted, his eyes shining, maybe there is a way. You know how. He Xiaofeng sneered. The Nether Sea killed an emperor, and even I don't dare step in, but a puny bone-tempering cultivator has what it takes? Die then, humph. Zhuo Fan smiled. The Nether Sovereign is an ancient sovereign, so not anyone could just enter into his seat of enlightenment. One needs his guidance to pry into the mysteries of the world and enter. His guidance? What is that? He Xiaofeng started. Zhuo Fan pointed at the map. Didn't you just read it? This is a warning for no one to enter. A true warrior does not balk in the face of absolute death. You see it as a warning, while I see it as an invitation. Zhuo Fan grinned. Nether Sovereign showed us the way inside. A what? They all stared at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. Where does it say that? There's no mention of it at all. Chapter 12:25. Roaming Lost Soul. Chapter 12:25. Roaming Lost Soul. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuo Fan said, the Nether Sovereign said in his guiding poem that lost souls may roam in the Nether Sea, lest they will be destroyed on sight. That's why the gambling emperor had such a grisly death. Everyone nodded. You mean to say only the dead can enter? He Xiaofeng rose an eyebrow. Once you're dead, what's the point? Zhuo Fan shook his head. The Nether Sovereign says that a living body can't enter, or they die, not that entering means death. The roaming lost soul part means renouncing the flesh, so you may drift towards the Nether Sea. Renounce the body? What do you mean? It points at the soul, leaving the body behind so you may enter. Zhuo Fan spoke firmly. Everyone hesitated. That was just too dangerous. A mistake from Zhuo Fan's part meant they would all die. He Xiaofeng was grave as he pointed at Zhuo Fan. Is that your idea? Then go test it. Test it yourself. Bali Yu growled from behind in anger. Zhuo Fan tried to stop her. Zhuo Fan had a cruel smile. Sorry, but one needs to be at ethereal stage at the least to wander as a soul. I'm in the bone-tempering stage and can't do it, ha ha ha. Then you go. Humph snapped at Bali-Yu. Since you talk too much, you'll go instead. Bali-Yu was ready to blow. The only thing keeping her from snapping his neck was that he had power beyond her imagination. Zhuo Fan sighed. Fine, I'll go myself. Yu, stand back. Isn't it impossible for you? I just realized our clan's secret art and can soul drift even at bone-tempering stage. Zhuofan showed an evil grin. It's all thanks to the saint's reminder, or I would have completely forgotten about it. He Xiaofeng sneered, then go already. Use actions to prove your undying gratitude for yours truly. I shall pave Sir's way. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and showed a dark smile. He then sat down to pop out his soul. Bali, you started. Wait, I'll go instead. No, it's fine. You and Schwanger can wait outside and look after my body. Zhuofan spoke and turned to the light pillar with uncertainty. It was just a guess he had about the poem, nothing more. He either nailed it, or his soul would get nailed. He could only gamble. Any other nobody could have done this job, but the saint was clearly singling him out to get rid of him. Refusing would just give an excuse to kill him since he gambled. Let Providence decide. Let's hope luck's with me, and I don't end up like the gambling emperor. Zhuofan grew stern and he closed his eyes. A faint image floated out of his head, drifting for the light pillar. The others forgot to breathe while watching him test his theory. If a bone-tempering soul had no trouble passing, then it had to be safe. If the soul popped, then they would just think of another way. Everyone was tense and on edge, some over the outcome, others for Zhuofan's safety. Chu Qingqing was worried for Zhuofan's soul as it ventured near danger. But with He Xiaofeng holding her back, she could do nothing. Hurry up and enter. He Xiaofeng was impatient from excitement, even easing Chu Qingqing's hand. Chu Qingqing yanked it out of his grip and sat down. Another faint image appeared over her head and she shot for the pillar. Zhuofan, wait, I'll try. Zhuofan blinked as an image shot by him into the light. Only then did he realize. Qingqing, don't. He also went in whoosh. Both of them ended up entering at the same time, causing the enchanting empress to shout, Qingqing. They were beyond saving now. No one went in after them either, only staring at the light pillar hum. A wave of power shot out as the pillar joined with the heavens. The Death Star shone above and the two souls inside floated higher towards it. Gone in an instant, the souls survived and teleported. Zhao Chen cheered. Steward Zhuo's theory is right. You need to let go of your body to enter the Nether Sea. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo is a genius indeed to solve this riddle. Now we can venture safely inside the Nether Sea. Bali Yu nodded, relieved. She cared not about the Nether Sea, but for Zhuofan the enchanting empress, and the girls were excited. Saint, there's no problem and we can go in. Right. He Xiaofeng was thrilled. Then he regarded the demonic emperor's group. Demonic emperor, walk with me. Enchanting empress, you stay behind and look after my body. The enchanting empress panicked. But, young master why let them join you? I also want to go to the Nether Sea. Enchanting empress. He Xiaofeng shouted, sending her. You belong to my father and I trust you the most. The demonic emperor is too devious. I'm taking him along to watch out for his tricks. You stay behind and look after his people and stop them from doing anything. This is the safest solution. Don't betray my father's trust in you. The enchanting empress nodded. Young master thinks of everything. And that Zhuofan. He Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with murder. You're right, Qingqing cares for him, running into danger for him. If he survives, it would only hold Qingqing back. Even if a mere bone-tempering cultivator. Sir wants to. I'll take his life inside the Nether Sea. No. The enchanting empress advised. Killing the person Qingqing cares about and you may never get her heart. Qingqing needs to be devoted to you for your plan. I know her heart is more important than her man. I'm not that impulsive. He Xiaofeng gave an annoyed wave, humph, but with the Nether Sea so deadly, he might come upon a little accident. All that remains is for Qingqing to never find out about it. The enchanting empress nodded. I'll leave it to young master Just be sure to hide it. You think I don't know that? He Xiaofeng huffed, then his soul came out before everyone. Demonic emperor, hurry up and join me. Zhao Chen figured out his intent and gave Bali Yu a look to get ready for anything. Before letting out his soul and following he Xiaofeng, the two entered the light pillar and vanished. The two groups looked after the bodies. Two light pillars shone down and faded to reveal two people, a man and a woman. Looking at herself and finding she was solid, Chu Qingqing started. We can enter with our bodies? I thought only souls could enter. Did you know my soul is a white lotus? I thought you wouldn't recognize me. We're in bodies, probably because we're in the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Zhuofan came before her and sighed. Silly girl, why did you risk yourself for me? If my theory was wrong, you'd have died. Chapter 12:26, Crossing the Sea. Chapter 12:26, Crossing the Sea. Proofreader, Papatonks. Chu Qingqing lowered her head, flustered. I wasn't thinking, driven to take on any danger in your stead. As for the consequences, it didn't matter even if I died. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed at all. Hugging her, Zhuofan rubbed her back with a smile. Chu Qingqing leaned on his shoulder, her heart content to just lay there in his arms. She then cried with a start, Don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Zhuofan gave her an odd look. Chu Qingqing turned bashful. That he Xiaofeng. I don't know why a saint, having just come to the Ruby Cloud sect, up and started coming on to me. I did tell him that I have someone. Chu Qingqing stammered, her cheeks growing hotter, and Zhuofan teased. Chu Qingqing just gave a meek nod, but then she turned sad. That guy just keeps coming on strong, ignoring my feelings, even pestering me every day. Like just now. He just wouldn't let me go once he grabbed me, and I just happened to meet you here. So I'm saying not to misunderstand. There's nothing between us. I know. Caressing her hair, Zhuofan smiled. Like I said, you're mine, but not in the sense of possession. I always believe you felt the same way about me. That's why I never doubted for a moment, nor misunderstood. You have nothing to explain. Not expecting him to say that, Chu Qingqing was filled with warmth, then she hugged him tighter with a gratified smile. Zhuofan, thank you. It's only natural. Zhuofan patted her back, feeling bloodthirst creeping in from inside. That saint definitely has something planned to be so obsessed with Qingqing. Is he after that thing? With his saintly power, killing him on the outside was impossible without leaving a trail. While in the Nether Sea, who would know? He squinted, his eyes shining with coldness. He Xiaofeng would never think the same bug he wanted to squash in the dangerous Nether Sea was having the same plan for him. He was sure to crack up if he knew. A bone-tempering cultivator kill a saint? I can just sit there and take it, yet still he couldn't scratch me. This bug he was after, though, had a bite like no other. I didn't know that the Nether Sea became a love nest. An aged voice sighed, his words coming in waves. The two jumped, watching as an old man was walking on the beach with a bamboo basket on his back. Despite his low voice, the two still heard him loud and clear. Zhuofan's brow shook. That's strange. I didn't know anyone lived here. The Nether Sea is roamed by lost souls. There are no people here, but souls. The old man's ears twitched and looked at him with an amiable smile. Or are you two people? Chu Qingqing stuck her chin out. Of course. People have bodies to house their souls, making it impossible to come here. Here are only lost souls, be it of spiritual beasts or humans. Not souls exactly, but ghosts. The old man smirked. You just don't realize you're dead yet. The souls of the dead from gruesome battles or from detonations are fragmented, slowly pieced together in the Nether Sea. With that state comes loss of memories as well. In time, they will come back though, no rush, ha ha ha. Zhuofan mulled his words. So even detonation doesn't erase you, recovering your soul in the Nether Sea? He asked. Senior, do all who had their souls scattered can reform here? Not always. The Nether Sea isn't infinite and can only hold so many roaming souls. It's all up to fate. The old man shook his head and smiled. The fortunate fragmented souls coming here have but a glimmer of hope at survival and reincarnation. The Nether Sea is under the Nether Sovereign's control. He can save some, but never all. The nature of all living beings is to perish, while reincarnation is earned. The dead should not feel resentment, for that's how it is. The two nodded. Yes, living brings many trials that born resentment. Does the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment wash away this resentment? Rumor has it that the Nether Sovereign controls life and death, becoming feared like the king of hell. Maybe he is actually a man capable of great compassion or love instead. How did you two kids die? If you want to cross the sea, I can give you a ride. The old man smiled. Cross the Nether Sea? Zhuofan started. The old man nodded. Cross the Nether Sea to shed all mortal concerns. You have to let go of everything from the living realm and pass the Nether Sea to have a chance at reincarnation. Let go. Memories, feelings, love, friendship, hate, anger, revenge, greed, everything. Are there any unwilling to cross? There are plenty of those staying here in the Nether Sea. Many couples just like you were around that ended up food for the sea beasts to absorb their soul's energy. Does that mean crossing get us reborn? Crossing takes a whole month, time in which you shed everything from the past into its waters, for the chance at being reborn. Once you reach the other shore, any vestige of the past that you clung to as you crossed would result in your soul vanishing from the Nether Sea. Scarce are those truly worthy of being reborn. The Nether Sea was just a transit hub, where one shed their past life. By letting go of everything one would begin anew, a clean slate. This was why no one remembered their past life. Zhuofan thought something. True self-art? Maybe true self-art's core is to let go. Zhuofan felt his heart thumping. The old man shouted, "Hey, do you cross or not? Staying here would let the thick een of the Nether Sea eat your souls, and wasting such a rare chance you got. Senior, we're not ghosts, but looking for Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. You came here with your souls." "Precisely. Sigh, you just had to come to this hellish place." The old man pointed at the endless sea. "It's been ages since I've last seen living souls. Now there are greedy people practically dying to come here. To get to the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, you must pass this area. Not only do countless sea beast ghosts await you there, but also 3 trials before you reach it. Many brave men died on this path. I can't believe such a sweet couple would harbor such greed as well. To what end? Aren't you together now? There's been many others here before us. You thought you're the only one clever enough to solve the puzzle since ancient times?" The old man nodded. "One needs to have the brains and the bravery to solve the Nether Sovereign's riddle as well. Despite all that, there hasn't been one person who returned. Why then, ha ha ha, must you go as well?" "Ugh." Chu Qingqing's heart tense, looking at the old man with a warm smile. "Hey, senior, we changed our minds. We won't go to the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, but want to return. How do we do that?" "Humph, now you want to go back? A little late for that." The old man pointed at the shore. "It's hard coming in and harder coming out. You need to cross Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment to return, or forever stay here until death." "You mean cross the Nether Sea and its 3 trials? Yes, you asked for this, didn't you? So don't blame me." The old man patronized. Zhuofan smiled, turning to a bitter Chu Qingqing. "It's fine. As long as we're together, nothing else matters. We've been through this before, haven't we?" "Right." Chu Qingqing nodded, greatly motivated, and said to the elder, "Can you help us cross the sea, to Nether Sovereign's seat of where'd he go?" The old man was gone. His voice came up faintly. "I only cross ghosts, never bothering with those fated to come here. If heaven wills it, we'll meet again, ha ha ha." His sharp laughter echoed everywhere, but he was nowhere to be found. Chapter 12:27, First Trial. Chapter 12:27, First Trial. Proofreader, Papatonks. "Senior, are you ignoring us?" Chu Qingqing cried at nothing, with silence her only reply. Zhuofan shrugged. he crosses the dead, not the living. He'll just take us when we breathe our last, ha ha ha. What else can I expect from a creep? I don't need his help anyway. Why, you'd have a chance to be reborn. That means living another life and forgetting everyone. Master, senior aunts, senior sisters, and Chu Qingqing paused, peeking at Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled. Then we better make sure we live through it. Right. Chu Qingqing nodded with conviction. Zhuofan took her flying towards the raging sea, vanishing in the distance as this was Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Testing them was a given, but it didn't seem to limit their strength either. Except for their earthly vessels, they maintained all their power. Chu Qingqing didn't know this little tidbit, looking oddly at him flying. You can actually fly here. Maybe the Nether Sea has something to do with it, making me feel so light. There's no way I could fly outside, that would make me a ghost, ha ha. Chu Qingqing flew along, no longer minding it. A roar boomed with relentless force as a flood dragon shot from the sea and sent water everywhere as it went to swallow the two of them in its maw. All they noticed was how everything went black the next second. Already in its belly, it then went beneath the surface once more and swam without a care. The other sea beasts knew to stay clear as it cruised. The flood dragon halted all of a sudden and writhed in pain. Bam! The sea exploded as the flood dragon's back got ripped off from inside and black flames shot out from the wound after turning its insides to charcoal. Zhuofan took Chu Qingqing outside, his eyes flaring in a dark black flame. Chu Qingqing cried, "Zhuofan, you're amazing! That was a 10th level spiritual beast, yet you just came out of it like nothing. How did you do that? And what was that black fire?" "Maybe turning into a soul made me stronger." Zhuofan gave a sheepish smile. "I certainly have no clue." Chu Qingqing gave him a long look, but let it go in the end. "Just that this bone-tempering cultivator got stronger and could even fly after coming to the Nether Sea. Turning into a ghost makes you stronger? Why not me as well?" Roar! Roars came after noticing the commotion here, and the Nether Sea boiled. A flood of spiritual beasts scrambled over, each 1,000 meters long, all surrounding the two tiny human souls. Chu Qingqing watched the beasts she only witnessed in the sex paintings and paled with fright. Zhuofan, they're all 12th level spiritual beasts, peak of the sacred domain. We're doomed. Come now, even with these high-level beasts, they're nothing but ghosts now. They lack the power they had when they were alive. Zhuofan calculated, confident that the apocalyptic thunder flame and his sacred beast powers could take them. Zhuofan's left eye flared blue and the black thunder flame emerged. Before it even reached them, the beasts howled in agony, lowering their heads before Zhuofan. "Lord Cao's envoy, we didn't think to meet you here. I hope Sir can overlook the flood dragon's transgression. Please forgive us." The rest lowered their heads as well. Chu Qingqing started dumbstruck. "Cao? What's that?" Zhuofan felt his left eye, coming up with an idea why. The thunder flame could deal with them but not command them into submission. They were only bowing their heads towards Cao's eye. Why didn't it ever occur to me that heaven-sealing Cao was a lord of the seas? It's obvious now the sea beasts would listen to him, but you're all dead and have come to Nether Sea, yet still listen to Lord Cao? We are sea beasts. Lord Cao is our primogenitor. Where might Lord Cao be right now? Is he alive? The beast did not finish, fearing for their lord's fate. Zhuofan coughed. "Lord Cao is alive and well. It happened that when I trained in a deadly fire and got out of control, Lord Cao offered his wounded eye to save my life. Lord Cao is my savior." "Oh, that means his malice towards humans has subsided. Good. We've been by ourselves and worry Lord would be forever taken in by hatred. For Lord to give his eye to save Sir's life proves Lord's approval of Sir. A pity you are in the Nether Sea now, and must have met with disaster. Could we be of any help? We seek the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Could you take us to it?" Zhuofan asked. The beasts were put on the spot. "You need to pass the trials to reach it first. We've been charged with blocking you, but since Lord cares so much of Sir, we will no longer stop you. As for reaching the Nether Sovereign's place so easily, it's impossible. We can't pass the 3 gates. Then guide us there and I'll do the rest. Sir, forgive our presumptuous words, but the Guardians are incredibly strong. Going there is dangerous. I'm a soul now, so how much worse can it get? I either go or die. The beast shared a look and nodded. Then please jump on my back, sir, I'll take you. Much obliged. Zhuofan smirked and took Chu Qingqing on the back of the 12th level sea beast. It waded forth like an emperor, with the other beasts acting as its imperial guards. The average beasts had no idea what caused such a group to go out with such ferocity. They made the wise decision to turn tail and scram for their lives. Chu Qingqing and Zhuofan stood on the back of the beast, side by side. It was astonishing to see all the beasts around them showing nothing but respect to those 2 humans. She was so startled that she gave Zhuofan a long look outside. He looked like a bone-tempering cultivator with some status that offered some incredible assistance. Now, however, he looked like the king of the world, which is the real him. Is he more suited as a ghost than a human? An all-powerful king of hell, maybe? Chu Qingqing was in constant confusion. The clamoring procession of beasts went on. Behind them, an aged figure floated. Everyone has a hard time coming out of the first trial bruised and weary from those seed beasts' harassment, but this kid had them show the way. Humph, might it be him? An hour later, the couple arrived before a large gate, the 2 pillars a deep red and hundreds of meters tall. They towered inside the sea, yet they still shone in a terrifying glow. The huge seed beast slowed down, turning to them. Sir, we've arrived at the first pass, Tyrant Gate. Oh! Zhuofan casually jumped off with Chu Qingqing, looking at the huge gate. Does the test expect us to push it? The sea beast nodded. Yes, Tyrant Gate requires boundless strength to open. Only by opening can you meet the Guardian, and it's the minimum requirement to face him. Many others got stuck before this gate, even Saint SSS. Chu Qingqing gasped in worry. Don't worry, those saints had to deal with the sea beasts while opening the gate, so of course they couldn't manage. We're safe now and can go all out. Zhuofan consoled her and walked up to the gate to give it a push. It creaked but didn't budge. Zhuofan nodded. It sure is heavy. I'll need to use everything I have or I can't even push it a crack. Zhuofan closed his eyes and reached out his hands, with his right shining red to open the gate. Using Qilin power was a must despite a soul. His connection to his body was still there, and he could borrow Qilin's strength, just as he borrowed the apocalyptic Thunderflame Eye's fire. Chapter 12:28 Guardian. Chapter 12:28 Guardian. Proofreader, Papatonks. Outside of the Nether Sea, Zhuofan sat cross-legged near a pillar of light. His right hand began to shone a bright red, making the air shimmer around him. The enchanting Empress looked on curiously. Baliyu and Schwanger turned grave. It's strange how he keeps swaying and shaking. Did something bad happen inside? Baliyu whispered to Schwanger, I'm going in to help. Watch over him. Giving the enchanting Empress a cautious look, Schwanger nodded. Baliyu sat down and a shadow came out of her body, shooting into the pillar and up toward the Nether Sea in a blink. On the seabed of Nether Sea, before the Tyrant Gate, Zhuofan's right hand shone a bright red as he slammed his palm on the heavy door with extreme focus. The water churned under the power for 1,000 miles. Waves reached higher and higher, with fierce winds blowing over the sea's surface. Many of the caverns deep below the surface up and crumbled under such magnitude the low sea beasts scattered in fright, running for their lives. The huge gate, however, didn't even budge. Zhuofan gave the huge slabs of stone a look and his eyes hardened. Setting into a stance, his right shone even stronger as he gave his all. Even on the bottom of the icy Nether Sea, he was actually sweating despite his efforts. The gate would not open, not even a crack. Chu Qingqing was restless, wanting to lend a hand. But her frail body, even in Genesis stage, was like a feather against such a mountain of rock. Zhuofan was spent, huffing hard as he gave up opening it. Wiping his brow, he said, "Never mind, with the gate so thick, strength just isn't enough to move it." "What do we do now?" Chu Qingqing asked Zhuofan. "Since we can't even pass the first trial, do we go back?" Zhuofan grinned. "The Nether Sovereign set up this trial, but since opening won't work, avoiding the problem altogether should do the trick." "Trick?" "Yeah." Zhuofan smirked, staring at the huge gate. His right eye shone with black flames, apocalyptic thunder flame eye. Boom! With a huge explosion, black flames shot at the huge gate and burned a 2-meter-tall hole in it. Like a mouse making its own way in another's home, the sea beast started and looked at Zhuofan with amazement. Lord Cao chose an outstanding human. This gate has never been opened until now. But what will the Guardian think of this method? A 12th-level sea beast sighed, speaking earnestly. "Sir, inside is the Guardian. You are the first person to see him, best of luck." "Thank you." Zhuofan cupped his hands at the spiritual beasts, taking the stumped Chu Qingqing's hand and going inside. The spiritual beasts got rowdy as they left. Shouldn't the first gate be pushed open to pass it? Will this method work? Regardless of fairness, it's up to the Guardian to decide. The leading spiritual beast sighed. "I just can't believe someone can actually make a hole in it. Is it that ridiculously easy to break? When I reached it, I slammed into it until I was battered yet still couldn't even crack it. Now, haha, Lord Cao's envoy is truly amazing." The other spiritual beasts bobbed their heads. Their admiration was short, for a howl came from the burned hole. "You have some nerve making a hole in my gate. You broke the rules and now you shall pay." "Ugh." The spiritual beasts looked worried. "Guess it wasn't fair after all. Sir will have an even harder time passing through here now." In an empty and large hall, the only decoration was a rotten chair. A scowling and built man sat on it, looking to be in his 40s, having a beard and mustache. His deep eyes were filled with wrath as he snapped at the two people in front. Chu Qingqing jumped in fright, with Zhuofan cupping his hands. "Senior, we've come to pass the trial, but not for the Nether Sovereign's treasures or legacy, only to live. You have your problem and I have my solution. By passing that gate and reaching you means being halfway to solving it. Why do the means matter? I don't want to care either. If you had done it in a more honorable way, then passing me would have been easier." Then the large man showed a vague smile. "Only you did it through a trick, making passing me as well that much harder. Sometimes, using tricks to solve your problems is the worst choice, especially in serious matters. Do you understand?" Zhuofan shook, hearing him but not being able to understand. So he cupped his hands again. "Senior, how then are we to pass you?" "Beat me." "What?" The big man snickered at the two. "If you had pushed the gate open, beating me would have been easy, while now, ha ha ha." "What about now?" Zhuofan shouted. "Enlighten me, senior." Zhuofan shot for him, on the offensive, with his Qilin arm shining brightly only to find himself flung back, repelled by some force, flipping through the air many times. The big man still sat on his chair with a taunting gaze, 2 fingers outstretched. How is this possible?" Zhuofan was shocked and his heart sank. His attack was a mere test, which was why he used the Qilin arm and not the other killing moves or sneak attacks. This test had him floored. He knew the might of his arm very well, with even a saint wanting to avoid such raw power. This man, however, merely flicked him. What made it worse was he felt nothing else than strength. Zhuofan grew grave, calculating how to overcome this difficult opponent. Whoosh! Chu Qingqing flashed before the big man, slapping at his chest with her cold attack. "Qingqing, don't!" Zhuofan shouted. "You're no match. Don't irritate him." It was too late. The big man mocked, sparing her but a glance. "Girl, stay out of this." His voice turned into a storm as it flung Chu Qingqing out of sight. In an instant Zhuofan cried out, "Qingqing! Where did you throw her?" "To your destination, The Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. The big man laughed. Aren't I nice? Since you like tricks so much, here's your chance to use them again, by sending you straight to the destination without having to pass the trials. Though it's hard to say how the Missy will be treated when she reaches it. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan's heart sank, clenching his fists and letting his right eye shine in one golden halo. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, shift. Whoosh. He popped up in front of the man's face, with his right eye now glowing with 2 rings, while his left burned with the black thunder flame. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Thunder Flame Void Annihilation. Who? The deadly flames shot for the man like vipers, the short distance making dodging impossible. Chapter 1229, U1. Chapter 1229, U1. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. The black flames ran rampant. Zhuofan drifted to the floor, staring at the raging blackness. He refused to believe this expert would offer himself up to be blindsided like this. The fact that his face showed no fear, no shock, no reaction to the black flame's sudden attack, left Zhuofan increasingly uneasy. Bam. Like he expected, the black flames scattered, revealing the untouched man still sitting in his chair. Reality still proved to come as a shock. Despite having considered this outcome, the black flames never failed him, destroying anything they touched, yet they couldn't harm one hair on this big man. The man laughed at his stumped face. Divine Eye of the Void, Qilin's strength, and then there's this black fire. All are amazing things, but none mastered, unable to showcase their true talent. Kid, craftiness does not equal enlightenment. Go back. Back. Zhuofan was grave. You have set Qingqing off ahead, and you want me to return just to die? Not happening. I don't want to become a ghost here, wandering the Nether Sea for all time. Zhuofan flew once more, his eyes flickering with a black glow as he stretched out 2 fingers. A devastating sword energy gathered, apocalyptic sword, heaven butcher. Whoosh. Zhuofan learned to combine the 5 sword arts into the apocalyptic sword from Sword Child. The black wave of death looked to come to reap all lives in existence. The big man's brow shook for once, laughing. So you weren't just a mixed bag, ha ha ha, going quite far in understanding the Sword Sovereign's swordsmanship and actually surpassing it. However, it won't change anything. Tyrant's fist. Bam! Instead of 2 fingers, the man used a punch, striking the black wave to pieces. Zhuofan took the brunt of the backlash and got sent flying out of sight. The man pulled back his fist and looked down with a chuckle. To think I'd be up to tricks as well, using Emperor stage strength when up against a Spirit King. The boy should have passed me, but I didn't achieve my goal, ha ha ha. As he lowered his hand, a white mark was on it. Ah! Zhuofan shouted from being sent flying under that huge power. Through the hole he burned and into something soft, only kept on his feet thanks to a large hand holding him. Huge heads appeared around, looking at him with worry. Sir? Are you all right? Sir, did he hurt you? Sir, what about the girl? Where is she? The spiritual beasts chatted, but he had no mind to focus on the kind sea beasts. He stood up, checking his wounds, only to find none. He didn't hurt me? That backlash should have at least left me bleeding inside, if not outright dead. Zhuofan was puzzled, asking the beasts, who is he and how is he so strong? He knows so much about Heavenly Sovereign, Sword Sovereign and Qilin. Well. The beasts looked away. All the chatter died out on the spot. Zhuofan stared hard at them, figuring out that they knew the answer. He threatened, didn't you respect CAO in life and death? I am asking here as his envoy and you don't respond? Lord CAO knows we can't say anything. One spiritual beast answered, with the others bobbing their huge heads. Zhuofan's face twitched. These guys were told to keep their mouths shut. Knowing the enemy and oneself is the path to victory. Against such a powerful opponent, he had to know everything he could, since overpowering was out. That left outsmarting him, only possible if he knew more. Zhuofan asked again. The big man inside is so strong, maybe a saint? Then I'll never be able to beat him as a mere spirit king. Ha ha ha, sir, this may be pushing it, but I still have to say that sir has no scheme. He is without a doubt not being hard on sir. Oh, how come? He is always fair, including regarding the stone gate when it comes to the challengers. As sir is a spirit king, then pushing the gate will need spirit king strength, and you'll thus have the chance to pass his trial. For he'll also use the same level of strength, that of spirit king, to fight you. How can that be? Zhuofan was skeptical. Just a show sent someone flying for thousands of miles. How is that a spirit king level? It's more within a saint's limit. The beast smiled. Even the same level can have huge gaps, depending on someone's grasp of their strength. But you're right about one thing. When he was a spirit king, he did go challenge a saint. He failed, yes, but it was shocking to find he came out of the fight in one piece. When he became a saint, he fought and overpowered 112th level spiritual beasts, subduing the spiritual beast world for a while. Later on came Lord Qilin, and only then was his strength matched. What? Zhuofan cried out, to not lose against a Qilin? Then he's... Ugh! The spiritual beast covered his mouth, having let it out of the back, rushing to wave off his words. Sir, those are your guesses. I didn't tell you anything. Zhuofan was too deep in thought to care about his words. Looking at the huge gate with understanding, Zhuofan took a deep breath, jumping out of the soft palm and arriving before the gate. He looked at the hole he burned through with a jeer. He then put his palms on the gate, his right arm flaring red. Once more the spiritual beasts were curious. Sir, what are you doing? Didn't you pass the gate already? Shouldn't you be challenging the guardian instead? I have passed it, but not my heart. Zhuofan smirked. Senior was right, tricks aren't everything in life. The gate tests the heart, not strength, leaving no room for being crafty. Zhuofan closed his eyes, using all his strength to push while emptying his mind, focusing only on this one task. The big man's ear twitched and grinned. It's him all right. Abstaining from pride and arrogance curbed. He has remarkable insight. Hours trickled by with the gate not budged even a hair. He kept at it for 8 hours so far, not relaxing a moment. His eyes closed, and with a body soaked in sweat, the spiritual beast audience looked dumbly, looking at the gate and the man like they were one with how neither showed any movement. There's no budging it, so why even insist? Besides, the longer you're at it, the weaker you become, especially without resting. They wanted to advise him against it, but Zhuofan's eyes never opened, so the spiritual beasts gave up. Bam! Then, the sudden noise had the spiritual beasts jump in fright. They gawked as the huge gate rumbled. With dust falling from it, the beasts turned to Zhuofan to find the red glow on his arm weakened, yet his eyes closed. Despite his relaxed hands, rumbling echoed out as the large gate got pushed open. Zhuofan smirked as he opened his eyes, strutting inside before the big man. Zhuofan said nothing, merely gave a light punch, a force shot at the man's face, and he was forced, for once, to punch back. Upon impact, everything within 1,000 miles crumbled, even the ground, from the raw power. Even the nether sea outside the gate roiled and sent sea beasts into a frenzy crack. The big man's chair split apart. The man nodded at Zhuofan. You won. You passed this trial. Chapter 1230, Second Trial. Chapter 1230, Second Trial. Proofreader, Papatonks. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Zhuofan bowed to the big man, no longer trying to assess the other's identity. The big man walked closer. Extreme power leads to violence. Extreme violence leads to tyranny. Being tyrannical can break anything, even the world, but such a rampage will always come to an end, reaching exhaustion. The exhaustion of power marks the end of the road. Thus, the source of all tyranny is tranquility, calm as water and relentless like a storm when in action. Once the unrest passes, peace is restored. Do you understand what I'm saying? Bursts of brutality in a sea of tranquility. The storm always passes, while the breeze is eternal. The true path of tyranny isn't destruction, but world peace. Juefan nodded. The big man laughed. Indeed, one's insight is always better than the ramblings of an old man. This is the proof you passed the trial. Go. The big man touched Juefan's forehead with 2 fingers, a prismatic glow flashing for a blink. Juefan shuddered, his mind empty as all the insights made his heart grow once more. Senior, which way is the second trial? Juefan stilled himself and asked. The big man smirked, grabbed his shoulder and threw him. Allow me, ha ha ha. Whoosh! Ah! As Juefan's wailing faded in the distance, the big man nodded. Just as an old man appeared behind, he was the same old guy Juefan met on the Nethersea shore. The demon transformation art didn't reject it. He has only begun stepping on the path of tyranny, but he did receive it. The big man sighed. The old man nodded. This way, our plan is finally showing hope. Boom! A huge explosion happened above the Nethersea, causing it to roil. The 2 exchanged a glance and turned grave. A heavenly sovereign. In the gloom of the seabed, something smashed into a 2-meter-tall wooden gate, turning it into splinters. Where am I? Juefan stood up, dusting himself off, and looked at his surroundings. Who? A black smoke rose, shooting before him. After all these eons, I finally get to see someone reaching the second trial. Ha ha ha. Juefan jumped in fright, putting 100 meters between them. Looking back, he only saw black mist. Senior, are you the second guardian? Thinking he was renowned as well, Juefan gave a deep bow, sizing the hidden figure and the ruined gate. That's the second trial's gate? Did I just cross it? The black mist cackled. Hi, of course. What else would you call smashing straight through the gate? What next, Senior? How do I pass the trial? Beat me. Just like the first trial? Juefan shouted. The black energy mocked. He, I'm not so honest and kind like that yokel to give you a warm-up. I'm more blunt. In this trial, your life's at stake. You either pass or be buried here. Juefan shuddered in shock. Having passed the first trial, he knew the Guardians were great men. The big man had no intention of killing him, instead guiding him on a new path. This man, however, went straight to a death match. I know nothing about him. How do I win? Senior, are there any rules? Will you stay as Spirit King when fighting? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking things. I'm not as chatty as that yokel, going all out. Ha ha ha, take this. Whoosh! The black mist turned into an arrow, and shot for Juefan. It caught him by surprise and pierced through him. Black mist began seeping out of him, with a black figure leaning on his back. Juefan was utterly confused, but just to be safe, he jumped away from that man. What he saw from afar made him gasp. Why you? He, yes, I'm you. The shadow turned around as well, showing Juefan a familiar face. The shadow turned into another him, copying not just the features, but mannerism as well. Juefan felt he was looking in the mirror. Juefan smirked. Senior, what is this? This is the second trial, know thyself. The shadow snickered. I won't go hard on you, using only your strength to fight you. One would argue that you know yourself best, but with me being you, I also know you. Who do you think will win? Ha ha ha. Juefan calculated, his mind calming. It was baffling fighting himself, but at least they should be evenly matched. A little strategy should bring him success. Against the strange old man, however, if he went all out, he had no chance of winning. This made this trial way easier than the first. Juefan raised a hand. After you. Quite calm, I see. The opponent smiled. You must think the fight's in the bag. Ha ha ha, well, I say that everyone ends up losing to themselves. Throughout life, no matter the strength one has, their true opponent is no one but themselves. The man's eyes shone and waved a finger at Juefan. Apocalyptic sword. Whoosh! A black sword wave shot straight for Juefan. Juefan panicked. He copied my skills too? The apocalyptic sword art only came to be from the insights in the other 5 sword art. He only just grasped it. Even if the other was at Sword Sovereign's level, even he would need time to learn it. This was impossible. One's sword is built on their insights, how can? He had no time to answer all these questions, for the deadly wave was upon him. He extended 2 fingers and retaliated with the apocalyptic sword art as well. Bam! The deadly attacks rumbled the world around them on contact, making the sea boil. Zhuofan staggered back twice, while the other stood still. How is that possible? Zhuofan gasped. Isn't his strength the same as mine? Why did he win that exchange? The man snickered. They say you know yourself best, but you're the most oblivious of yourself as well. Zhuofan, do you still think you can win? Zhuofan grew grave, his eyes cautious. His arts were copied, his strength too, but what was worse, he knew him better than himself. Winning won't be easy. Zhuofan found his greatest opponent. Whoosh. The copycat vanished, appearing behind him. Zhuofan was nervous, for the copycat had a golden halo in his right eye, even the divine eye of the void. The glow turned into 2 rings while the left eye flared with the black thunder flame. Curses, it's my thunder flame void annihilation. Zhuofan was soaked in sweat, his heart racing. He never thought he'd see the day that his invincible skill would be set on him. The copycat snickered, showing the same cruel gaze he himself used on his enemies. Chapter 12:31, Shadow. Chapter 12:31, Shadow. Proofreader, Papatonks. Against imminent death, Zhuofan responded with the same deadly attack, his eyes flashing gold and black respectively, as he unleashed a thunder flame void annihilation of his own. Bam! The resounding explosion sent black flames swirling everywhere, actually burning the water to nothing. Zhuofan got flung 1,000 meters, his eyes burning as blood trickled down, while the copycat. Blast it, he's still in the same spot and mocking me. Zhuofan's heart sank. He's godlike, knowing both my skills and ending up way stronger than me on top. The longer he fought, the worse it would be. Zhuofan was at an impasse. The copycat laughed at his conundrum. Where did all that bluster go? Didn't you think it was going to be easy than the first trial? Senior, why must you go so far? What do you get out of this? Oh, you still think I won't kill you, ha ha ha. The copycat smiled. Do you know how long I have been in this place? Without a body, I am stuck in this nether sea for all eternity. Doesn't nether sea have reincarnation? Why haven't you tried yet? Reincarnation? The copycat's eyes turned vicious, his smile mocking. Reincarnation means relinquishing everything. It's impossible for me who has so many things I'm clinging on to. I have my own way, reborn without reincarnating. I'll just destroy a human spirit and possess his body. Alas, no such specimen has darkened my door. Now that you're here, I'll kill your spirit and take your body and be reborn. Hi hi hi. The copycat cackled while dashing for Zhuofan while unleashing sundering sword, heaven-sealing sword, soaring sword, vaulting sword and decimating sword strikes to obliterate him. Zhuofan jumped back again and again, dodging out of the whirlwind of death. The close calls and the thick bloodlust he sensed from the slashes had him shudder. Plop. Zhuofan got struck by 3 sword waves, one through each hand and one through the shoulder. The pain was agonizing, a pain felt in the soul. Zhuofan was used to it by now, though. The problem was how to deal with the relentless copycat. Zhuofan brightened just then, finding hope in one aspect. The copycat has taken all my skills, but does that include my recent insight as well? Zhuofan halted his movements under the rain of sword energy, stilling his mind at extreme power, tyranny obliterated in an instant. Qilin fist. Zhuofan punched, with the tip exploding in a brilliant red boom. The space warped around him as the nether sea roiled. The horrible power crushed all in its path as it went for the copycat. Not even the sword energies could withstand it. The tyrannical path he gleaned in at the first trial matched the Qilin's power to a degree that it could take on a saint. The copycat merely smiled, shocking Zhuofan by punching as well, using the exact same motions Zhuofan did. He can copy even this. Ha ha ha, I told you I'm you. I have what you have. The copycat smashed forward, but far stronger. Bam! The punches met and the water boiled. The black cracks around them spread in every direction, but the strongest shockwave came straight for Juefan. The copycat had crushed his attack again. Juefan couldn't believe this was happening. Am I helpless against some pretender? Bam! The aftermath flung him half a mile, making his entire body feel pain and weakening him. As he slumped to the ground, he was too weak to even get up. The only saving grace is I'm a soul without innards, or I'd be turned to paste by now. Whoosh! The copycat flashed before him with a savage grin. Ha ha ha, you lost and couldn't pass the trial. I will now use your spirit to be reborn, ha ha ha. Huff! Juefan panted, struggling to get up, only to sprawl back down in weakness. He closed his eyes, giving up. The copycat laughed harder as he placed a hand on Juefan's head. It's over, Juefan. Divine Eye of the Void 8th Stage, Blink. Juefan flashed his eyes open and his right eye shone in 8 golden rings. The copycat's chest sported a hole in it as he froze in place. Juefan glared at him and his shaking hand. Didn't you have all my skills and strength? Don't you know the Divine Eye of the Void 8th Stage can transfer any of my attacks to you through space? Ugh. The copycat frowned then sneered. Of course I did, I just didn't care. Juefan stared hard. The copycat mocked. Take a look down. Juefan stared and found his chest having an extra breathing hole as well, in the same spot as the copycat. Looking up at the copycat, the chest was healing. Juefan was perplexed. Ha ha ha, who do you think I am? The copycat cackled. I told you that I'm you. Harming me is harming yourself. Kill me and you kill yourself. All harm you do to me you do to yourself. You can do nothing to me. Juefan shuddered. No way. Why then are you fine with all the wounds you caused me? The copycat gave an insufferable grin. Juefan was so confused. He didn't know what to do. I can't harm the copycat no matter what I do. He's even stronger than me. How am I even supposed to win? Since this was a trial, there had to be a way to pass it. Juefan frowned hard and thought the copy sneered, floating 100 meters above, and pointed at Juefan. Main, farewell. From now I'm Juefan, ha ha ha. Juefan was still puzzled even as the killing move came for him. Why does he have my Divine Eye of the Void and Apocalyptic Thunderflame? He even has my recent insight on the Tyrannical Fist. It's like seeing another me. No one else can have my insights to such flawless degree. Not even a sovereign can do it. Juefan looked up at the same face marred by the savage grin, and spread his arms as he gambled. The copycat's sword strike ran through Juefan's chest, and the two bodies clashed, with the heads facing each other. The copycat didn't look happy at his win, while Juefan was calm. When did you notice? The copycat spoke. Juefan said, just now. I can't kill you since I get wounded instead. This means we're one. You've also been going on that you are me as well, Juefan. You won, Juefan. It looks like I won't be able to be reborn like last time by taking over your body, ha ha ha. The copycat turned into a black mist and entered Juefan. Juefan's eyes were vague. When he snapped out of it, he found himself sitting down and unharmed before a broken wooden gate. There was not a trace of battle around. His shadow floated away, forming a man in black 3 meters away as he congratulated, Juefan, you passed. Chapter 1232, Third Trial. Chapter 1232, Third Trial. Proofreader, Papatonks. Thank you, Senior. Juefan stood up and bowed before the shadow. Senior, was everything that happened an illusion? Yes and no. What does it mean? An illusion is fake, but the contents can be real and fake. The shadow replied, those were the doubts your heart had. Juefan asked, if I had died in there, would I have died now? Yes and no. And what does that mean? Juefan would have died while the one who lived. Juefan. Fun finished, my current self would have died, while the old me would be reborn. The shadow nodded. You can see it like that, but dying would be an exaggeration, since you're both one. The one remaining would control the heart. Are demonic Emperor Fun and the current Fan's hearts the same? Fun shook his head. Fan came from the mortal domain, while Fun was a genius of the sacred domain. Their hearts diverged long ago. Why then do you still accept him? The shadow smiled. As hearts differ, so do their paths. With both of you sharing the same space, it will lead to conflicts that leads to inner demons. You don't remove him but accept him instead? Fan smiled and shook his head. Hearts change, but be it for good or bad, I can never deny who I was. The path I tread today was built on his remnant. Denying it means destroying my future. Just like how my strike hurt me instead of him, for we are one. Marvelous! The shadow gave a bright smile. Many saints that have gained power turn their back on their past, if not erasing it completely, focused only on seeking the sovereign stage. They are blind to the truth, that this action destroys their very selves. Each person's path leaves its mark from the very first step one takes. Erasing this mark will crush any chance at finishing their journey. This is the reason behind there being so many saints, yet hardly any reaching the sovereign stage. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Fan bowed. The shadow floated before Fan and reached with a finger on his forehead, shining prismatically. If it had been Fun before me instead, I would have sent you back. I'm glad it's Fan and now you have passed the trial, haha. Fan felt his heart becoming clearer, understanding deeper insights. He found with a start that he had grown in heart and mentality. Senior, may I go to the third trial? Of course, let me send you off. With a wave, Fan found a black gate before him. He gave it a long look, but then someone pushed him inside. The shadow waved again, and the gate vanished. Whoosh. The sea-crossing old man and the big man appeared next to him. Nodding as Fan vanished, he passed again. I feared he would choose the old stubborn path. Yeah, since Fan of now is also the Fun of before. The shadow sighed and rejoiced. I was worried as well that he'd become Fun, ruining all our hard work. Fun is the epitome of a demonic cultivator, obstinate and narrow-minded. He's unable to grasp the core of the demon transformation art, or accept our paths. If Fan had been hostile and denied his former self, he would have become that narrow as well and his heart would have closed up. What fortune it never came to be. The two nodded. Many people believe what they do is right while shunning others that do the same thing. They don't realize that everyone else is their reflection. It's funny how the world is filled with fools, fighting with themselves. Our efforts have borne fruit, for Fan accepted his past and steps closer to the Tao. It's too soon to tell. There's one last trial to go before the Nether Sovereign's test. Any deviation means everything we worked for is lost and the final victor will be the Heavenly Sovereign. The big man was grave, while the other side rumbled. The three looked up at the sky and tensed. Our four sovereign paths have been holding the Nether Sea for so many years against the Heavenly Sovereign, but with two of us having been passed on, there's no telling how long before the Nether Sea falls under his assaults. I just hope it'll be enough for all the inheritances to be passed on. Boom! Another rumble came from above, making the entire sea royal and the sea beasts rushing into hiding, all of them. Ah! Fan slammed into the ground once more with a familiar cry. This place was way weirder than the last ones. There were pinwheels, wooden horses, swings, rocking chairs and many, many more toys. Fan's face twitched. The first trial had a huge stone gate, almost impossible to open, but there I gained the tyrannical path. The second trial was facing my former self, to temper my mind. The seniors were quirky and had their own styles as mighty seniors, so what then is up with the third trial? A playground? I wouldn't have bought this stuff for young Sanzi 100 years ago. Zhuofan was on high alert regardless, shouting after seeing no one, "Is this the third trial? Senior, could you come out?" Silence. Zhuofan searched around, but there wasn't any sign of any man around whoosh. A shadow flashed behind that startled Zhuofan. Looking back, there was no one there. Another person appeared behind him again and Zhuofan swished around, but still no one. "Senior, please, enough with the games. You have enough power to toy with me to death." "Ha ha ha, I am close to dying of boredom, all alone for so many eons. Don't worry, I won't get tired of you anytime soon." A child's voice echoed, making Zhuofan flinch. Looking back, he still found no one there. "Senior, does passing the third trial imply beating you as well?" "Why beat me?" The child giggled. "Since you want to pass, the goal is hide and seek. You find me and you pass." "Hide and seek?" Zhuofan frowned. "Isn't that just random? Is that what you think?" The child started. "Then let's play with the wooden dolls. Win to pass." Curses, now the topic changed at random? There's no logic behind it. Unlike the other two seniors, this guy's all over the place. "Is this the third trial's guardian?" Zhuofan's face twitched and shook his head. "Senior, can you please not joke around? I really want to pass, but isn't this a little beneath you?" "Beneath me? A big guy like you wants my respect?" A figure flashed before Zhuofan, an 8-year-old child. He might look like that, but the eyes hid wisdom, while the face showed pride as he looked down, of sorts, on Zhuofan. Zhuofan had a weird feeling. It was like meeting young Sanzi again. He should have called young Sanzi a senior back then as well, but it was just too hard to say that to someone so young in body and mind. Oh, senior is a dead sacred beast as well? "Hey, I'm human all the way." The child huffed and stuck out his tongue. "Buddy, ever heard of the best talent in antiquity?" "Best talent?" Zhuofan mulled. "Isn't that the heavenly sovereign? He's the first among the 10 sovereigns." "Bah, his cultivation is the greatest, but he's not the best talent." The child turned smug. "Talent is excelling in youth, achieving in their prime, and continues to dominate in their seniority. Look at me, my looks, my everlasting youth. Aren't I an excelling youth? The heavenly sovereign has nothing on me. He can only stay in his 20s at best. In other words, he got his success at 20, reaching a cultivation enough to not grow old only then. But me, I got it all at 8. Who's the genius now?" Chapter 1233, Child Sovereign. Chapter 1233, Child Sovereign. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan sized him up and shouted, "I heard that among the 10 sovereigns, the last one is the child sovereign, having found his path in youth. Can it be that, sir?" "Hey, leave that last part out." The child sovereign's face twitched and sneered. "We're all sovereigns yet talk behind another's back? Especially those 3, having no shame calling themselves the top of sovereigns. And when it's my turn, they label me as the runt. Couldn't you have come up with the ultimate talent instead? Are you looking down on me because of my looks?" Zhuofan chuckled, bowing with respect. "Forgive me, sovereign. But even so, sir is still a sovereign, a realm all want to achieve and never could, even if they get a poor title. I'd rather not hear you saying that about me. I'm not much worse than the other 9 either." The child sovereign flared his nostrils, looking at Zhuofan with a cold gaze. "Buddy, did you come to pass the trial?" Yes. Just go home, you won't make it." "Why? I didn't even try." "You're still asking why?" "Because you mentioned that title, that's why." "Humph." The child sovereign stuck out his tongue. "You called me last, so I'll keep you in the nether sea until you rot." Zhuofan sighed. The child sovereign looks like a kid, but he's been a sovereign for countless eons, unlike Gu Santong. So how can he still act like one? Just how did he become a sovereign anyway? What's his path? Regardless, he's being hard on me on purpose. At least I've been through this before with young Sanzi. Maybe I'll just coax the young sovereign. Just what made them stay the same after years and years? Sovereign, that was but a slip of the tongue. In truth, everyone respects and admires Sir the most among all the others. Juefan beamed, putting on an amiable look as he sucked up to him. There has never been one with more talent than Sir in all of history. There hasn't been any youth achieving their paths for so long. Even my godson, Gu Santong, it was because he was a young sacred beast that he had so much power, but he also grew up in the end. Only Sir, forever young, can outclass all the other sovereigns. They must be jealous of your talent to call you last. But Sir isn't last, to me you are the first. Child Sovereign gave a wide smile. Truly? More real than you and I. Just with your youthful looks, none of the others can match. They must be dying with envy, ha ha ha. Juefan smirked, running his mouth. It was an amazing feat attaining one's path at such an age, making him unique, but no one wanted to be stuck as a sniveling brat. The child sovereign's talent was incredible, but he was stuck in this form and could only console himself. Why would any other sovereigns ever be jealous of a shorty? Even Juefan wouldn't want to be like him. The child sovereign nodded, being as simple as his name implied, making a little flattery work on him. Right, you have good eyes, pal. So you want to pass? I'll give you a hand. Since you adore me so much, I can let you go through, no trouble. But before that, I am guarding this trial on behalf of the Nether Sovereign. I have to play my part or he'll nag me later. Please do, Senior. Juefan rejoiced. The other trials were dangerous, but both got him something great. The last trial had to be up to par as well, and he was looking forward to it. Child Sovereign beamed. So, I'll go easy on ya, by playing catch. Grab me and you pass. Juefan's face twitched, shaking his head. Sovereign, isn't this too easy? Does Sir have a deeper meaning behind the children's game? What else can help you pass? Oh, only passing. Juefan felt let down for overthinking it. He feared it might be something impossible and would have failed, but now it was way too easy and he'd get nothing. I'm so picky. The child sovereign saw through him. Why, you like pain? Can do. The same game, but this time I'll make sure you'll be stuck here till you rot. Juefan's heart sank. Having gone through 2 trials, he knew the sovereigns had a reason for being mysterious and acting so strange. Maybe the game's the same? Juefan nodded gravely. Please guide me, Senior. Juefan shot to grab the child sovereign. Whoosh. The child sovereign vanished then and there, popping behind him, on a wooden horsey. Still think it's easy, not even able to reach me? Whoosh! Juefan flashed as well and reached out for child sovereign's shoulder. I knew that even a restrained sovereign is impossible for me to overcome so easily. Juefan sounded from behind child sovereign, his right eye shining in a golden halo as his hand was inches from the child. Juefan felt some uneasiness as he continued. Of course, if Sovereign used some mystical art, I would never ever be able to do it in a million years. Reverse psychology, is it? The child Sovereign's eyes shone and snickered. Relax, I'm quite conscientious when playing and won't break the rules. Though it's not like it'll make a difference, you sneaky rascal, ha ha ha. Juefan watched him on top of the strangely swaying wooden horse, just as his hand grabbed at the child's shoulder, without touching him. I couldn't catch him even at such a distance. Juefan was startled. The child sovereign was on the same swaying horse, giggling. I didn't move this time, but you still couldn't catch me? Ha ha ha. The child sovereign scurried over to a nearby bed, laughing. Juefan was grave. The child sovereign has some weird movements. It looked like he used the swaying wooden horse to avoid me. Such precision and subtlety is just what a sovereign can do. He's weaker now, but he has experience and mentality to help him take on anyone. Juefan's brow shook, his right eye shining golden. Freeze. The child sovereign's space turned solid and Juefan reappeared to try and touch him, only for child sovereign to vanish once again. Illusion? Juefan's heart raced. I didn't use any skill, having slipped away before you reached out. The child sovereign sounded from behind. Juefan saw him on a swing, moving his feet around with a smile. So fast! Zhuofan gasped. He's restrained yet can move faster than my divine eye of the void. A sovereign is on a whole other level. He doesn't have just strength, but many insights and skills to widen the gulf from the rest. Zhuofan was eager to fight, shooting for the child sovereign with the divine eye of the void shining brightly. He flashed on and off, his hands moving and forming a net to trap the child sovereign. The kid's image warped like a mist, small or big. As it slipped through the net with his annoying snicker, the playground found itself scoured by two figures, running all over the place as one chased and the other dodged. Zhuofan gasped, huffing after 4 hours of no results. The child sovereign was giggling still from the swing. Brat, tired already? Look at me, I'm not even out of breath. You're a sovereign, how's that a comparison? It's just catch, yet you've been up to your old tricks and guile all this time. Of course you'll wear out. The child sovereign sighed. Pal, do you know the best animal to catch a mouse in his den? Zhuofan said, a cat. Fool, the mouse itself. The child sovereign mocked. You only want to catch me, not play along. Since you can't go along with the flow, how can you catch me? Do you even know how or where I'm dodging? Zhuofan shuddered, his mind abuzz. Chapter 1234. Return to your root. Chapter 1234. Return to your root. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them, they lost their edge. The child sovereign nodded. Again. Sure. Zhuofan shouted as he smiled and went after the child sovereign. He still couldn't touch him, however. He no longer looked so stressed out, but casual as he went after child sovereign again and again. He got so into it, Zhuofan forgot how many times he'd been doing it and instead enjoyed the game just for the fun of it. Zhuofan ran all over the place, finally feeling that the child sovereign was almost within grasp. Zhuofan's hand missed the child sovereign, but then he grabbed out of reflex to his side. Actually feeling flesh, Zhuofan looked back at the child sovereign's smile. I got you. Congrats, you passed. The congratulations no longer sounded childish, his face turning mature as he nodded. Zhuofan said, Passed what? Then it hit him that he had been playing the child sovereign's game to pass the third trial. He was just so engrossed that he forgot about anything else as he chased the sovereign around. You've accepted the new change of pace, good. The child sovereign sighed. Now wasn't that fun playing a game? Wasn't it great to forget all your worries? Zhuofan nodded. The child sovereign sighed at the sky. Kid, I'm the best talent in the world, having found my path since very young. Everyone thought I was the strongest human, their representative and hope. But I've become a sovereign 100,000 years later than the other 9, the so-called last. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, senior. Zhuofan bowed. The child sovereign continued. Achieving success in youth means becoming the center of everyone's hopes and responsibilities, yet having scarce experience. No knowledge and no guidance had paused my cultivation at peak saint for ages. In the end, all the other 9 advanced, with only me left behind. I was confused, disillusioned, whining, dragging my feet, and then shouted at the sky, what more did it want? I've seen many famous masters, asking without shame for guidance. I've gone through trials and hardship, only to realize that what I lacked was living. Living. Yes, living. The child sovereign spoke. At birth, we come into this world wanting nothing, no fame, no power, free and light. Only as we grow do we yearn for wealth and fame, pursuing lofty dreams while burdening ourselves with much more and more weight. Myself the most, being humanity's top, I had heavy burdens on me, glory and duty. The joy and pain robbed me of plain living. So I've spent those 100,000 years doing just that, living. I even acted as a child and played with other kids to mend the hole inside me and become a sovereign. My path is that of average, returning to my root. The child sovereign faced Zhuofan and patted his shoulder. Brat, no human starts off burdened. All the worries you have are things you pick as you pursue your goal. By picking them up, you need to learn to also let go of them. Haven't you done just that since now? Return to your roots, that of an innocent child. Observe the world and you will catch me. I can't thank you enough, Senior. Zhuofan bowed. Child Sovereign smiled and pointed 2 fingers on Zhuofan's forehead, flashing prismatic. This is your proof to reach the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. A harsher test awaits you. Zhuofan shuddered and felt a cool feeling taking over his heart, bringing him peace. Sovereign, where might the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment be? Zhuofan bowed. Child Sovereign smirked and pointed at a wooden horse. Giddy up, it will take you there. That. Zhuofan winced. Sovereign, don't you have anything normal instead of a toy? It's too. Not flashy enough? I got a wooden lion with a royal air, if that's more of your style. That won't be necessary. Zhuofan sighed. It's not gaudiness, just that going on a wooden toy to see the Nether Sovereign is a little lame. What's so lame about it? I always go over there like that. The Child Sovereign glared at him. Didn't I tell you to let go? You expect to reach your path clinging onto all those biases from the secular world? Fine, since you won't go home. No, I'll take it. Zhuofan rushed to stop him, putting on a grimace as he got on the wooden horse. He struck a funny image, a grown man riding a children's horse. He still looked stylish, though. The Child Sovereign burst out laughing. Zhuofan sighed. Sovereign, you must be bored to death, using games to toy with me. But I can take it, for I respect my seniors. Better keep that to yourself, and have your last shred of decency. Ha ha ha. Go. Pa. Slapping the horses, but the wooden horse shot forth like a shooting star. Zhuofan was gone before he knew it. The Child Sovereign smiled. This leaves the Nether Sovereign's side. Old friend, it's up to you now. Boom. Cataclysmic explosions rumbled as the sky cracked and the Nether Sea boiled. Child Sovereign sighed. Heavenly Sovereign, you're here. The Child Sovereign vanished. He reappeared high in the sky along with 3 other figures. They said with urgency, How was it? Did he pass? Isn't it obvious since I'm here? The Child Sovereign looked at the sky and at the spreading cracks with clenched fists. How long will it last? The trio shook their heads. Heavenly Sovereign's divine eye of the Void's second stage, Void annihilation, is designed to break barriers. With only one sovereign path remaining, with the Nether Sovereign linking with the Nether Sea, I believe it would last at most 1 hour. In other words, the Nether Sovereign must pass on his life and death path in this short time before all is for naught. The Child Sovereign ended. Dark clouds loomed in the horizon, with a minute light trailing among the gloomy weather. How's this wooden horse so fast? The biting winds made Zhuofan's ride unpleasant, shocked at the toy's speed. In moments, he was on a bleak mountain, with a stone platform made up of 3 square meters black block. A wooden cross stood tall on the platform, with a familiar figure tied to it struggling to break free off those bonds. Ching-ching. Chu Ching-ching started and cheered. Zhuofan. The image of Zhuofan on the wooden horse left her speechless. Just where did you find that weird ride? She then snapped out of it. Zhuofan, help me. I'm coming. Zhuofan shot off the horse before it landed, only to freeze on the spot the minute he touched the ground. He watched as gray mist floated from below and grabbed his legs. Apocalyptic thunderflame eye. Zhuofan let out the black thunderflame, burning the gray mist and making it wail. You dare? Who is running amok in my seat of enlightenment? Chapter 1235. Lost Souls. Chapter 1235. Lost Souls. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. As the eerie wind blew, gray mist fell from the skies above, turning into a dark and aged face staring down the 2 with bloodthirst. My seat of enlightenment. Chu Ching-ching was baffled. Does that mean he's? Zhuofan rushed to bow. Greetings, Nether Sovereign. It's really the Nether Sovereign? Didn't he die? Chu Ching-ching was stumped. Why then is everyone fighting over his seat of enlightenment then? They're only getting themselves killed trying to steal from the owner. She didn't know what to think of all those greedy fools. It was said that the 10 ancient sovereigns fell, and finding their seat of enlightenment would mean inheriting their legacy to become a sovereign. Since the guy was still alive and you're trying to steal his stuff, you must be itching to die. The Nether Sovereign glanced over and sneered. I am Nether Sovereign, ruling over life and death. Death won't stop me. Since my Nether Sea can hold lost souls, why can't it hold myself? Chu Qingqing bobbed her head. Yeah, the Nether Sovereign is the patriarch of all lost souls. With the Nether Sea holding them, it can have him as well. Those out there must be unbearably naive to go after the Nether Sovereign's stuff of all people. But we were not here to take anything, we just got involved by accident. What a cruel fate. Senior Nether Sovereign, we have come here by accident and only wish to return to our world, and not take anything. I hope Sir will pardon us. Zhuofan bowed. As per your demands, I passed the 3 trials. Please let us go. Chu Qingqing bobbed her head. The Nether Sovereign sneered. Trials? Right, I did set those up so one could see me by passing them, but that does not guarantee you'll get to leave with your life. A chance isn't the same as certainty. It's all up to my mood. Senior Nether Sovereign, are you perhaps happy now? Anything but. Why? Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing asked. Nether Sovereign scorned. You expect me to smile when some brats barge in, messing up my concentration? Rumble. A boom came from up above, and the Nether Sovereign turned grave. However, I won't go hard on you and shall give you a choice. One of you shall stay and one can return. You choose. I'm staying. Both shouted at the same time. The Nether Sovereign cackled. Ha ha ha, that was quick. Was I being too easy perhaps? Then here's another. Senior, you're a renowned sovereign. How could you not keep your word? Chu Qingqing tensed and looked at Zhuofan. Since you're letting someone go, let him. I will become a lost soul. Zhuofan remained silent because he knew the problem was simple and complicated. Neither of them wanted the other to become a lost soul. The Nether Sovereign had brought up this question because he already had a solution in mind. The Nether Sovereign smiled. I told you that you have a chance to walk away alive. Since you couldn't choose it, let me help you. The Nether Sovereign's eyes shot 2 gray rays that created a huge hole in the air. Howling and booming came from beyond. The 2 of them saw familiar people running, chased around by a tide of shadows. He Xiaofeng and Zhao Qin were being hounded by the Nether Sea's souls. Bali Yuyu was there as well. What's she doing here? Zhuofan was worried. The Nether Sovereign turned to them. Your enemy and your friend are there. Now, since only one can live, who will you choose? Zhuofan fell silent between him and Chu Qingqing. He would pick Qingqing without delay. His life was his own, and didn't matter what happened as long as he passed on with clear conscience. But Bali Yuyu's sudden entrance made it harder. Dying because of him would make him feel guilty. Zhuofan never owed anyone anything, and this made the choice that much harder. Go. The Nether Sovereign laughed, blowing over them and sending them among the sea of lost souls. Bam! He Xiaofeng met an old man's palm with his own, sending him reeling and his blood boiling. Despite being a soul, curses, there are saint souls here. The Nether Sea is too difficult. Oh, Qingqing, you're here. You found them? Zhao Qin beat a soul and looked in joy. Steward Zhua, where did you go? We couldn't find you no matter how much we looked. Are you all right? Zhuofan frowned. They did not cross the 3 trials, or maybe. Were they for me? Doesn't everyone have the chance to receive a sovereign's guidance? Whoosh! A shadow appeared and struck for Zhuofan's back, but then a kick sent it flying as Bali Yu flashed on Zhuofan's side, rejoicing. Zhuofan, you're all right. Yu, did someone tell you about 3 trials? What trials? The minute we entered, lost souls started chasing us down, not bothering to even speak. I just thought they can't speak to begin with. Why? Oh, nothing. Zhuofan was grave. further proving that the tests were held for him in particular. Further, the only way to find the Nether Sea was through Sovereign Yun's globe. Then there were the Sovereign's 3 tests. Was this all on purpose? But why? I was a mere demonic emperor before. Is it because I found 9 Serenity's secret records? Zhuofan was confused. Zhuofan startled awake. Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng was still stuck to the cross, unable to move, as the souls shrieked and approached Qingcheng. He Xiaofeng shouted as well, yet was happy inside. Great, a damsel in distress in need of a hero. I don't know how she got up there or how she appeared here, but I just have to save her and her heart will be mine, as well as it. He Xiaofeng shot for Chu Qingcheng, shining silver. A huge figure with 8 swords on its back appeared, almost 1,000 meters tall. A saint's unique ability, sacred body. Damn souls, leave Qingcheng alone. The huge image reached for 2 swords and slashed. Boom. Tornadoes flew from the speed and power and erased everything in their path. He Xiaofeng's image towered above like a mighty king. He sneered at everyone with pride and conceit. Well, Qingcheng, aren't I cool? Bam! He didn't get to wallow in his narcissistic tendencies, as the following boom was from an even bigger fist hurtling his image through the air. He hit the ground hard and shattered his sacred body. He Xiaofeng felt his entire body aching and turned pale. Who did that? Curses, that really hurt. He Xiaofeng panted as he strained to look up. Peak Saint? There's a Peak Saint in the Nether Sea? He actually died? Before him was another colossal image, wearing a dark face of disdain. Ignorant pipsqueak, in the great ancient war, even sovereigns fell, let alone some lousy Peak Saints. You dare prance before me, foolish second-layer saint? He Xiaofeng's heart sank. The Nether Sea is the Nether Sovereign's domain, so of course there'd be monstrous souls. Chapter 1236, Life and Death. Chapter 1236, Life and Death. Proofreader, Papatongs. Saint, what do we do? Zhao Chen panicked in the face of such an unstoppable enemy and rushed to He Xiaofeng. Since you're a saint, you should handle it, right? Besides, he's dead while you're alive. He Xiaofeng's face twitched, his heart shaking as he found himself stuck, unable to do anything. He was the Sacred Mountain's young master, with lofty cultivation enough to toy with any other fools outside, as none could do the same to him here though. He couldn't raise his head, for his fist was weaker. Bam! Another boom echoed as the saint's fist came for another blow. Lightning flashed, with the space cracking in places and warmth coming from one hole. That's yang energy! He Xiaofeng shouted, that's the exit. Use it to leave. Humph, you're right about that, for no matter how hellish the Nether Sea is, a glimmer of hope will always exist. The dark man's hand took out a cup with bamboo sticks, throwing it to the ground. These are life and death omens, with only 10 of 1,000 bearing life. Win and get lost. Lose and you'll stay forever. The group looked grave with this Peak Saint taking charge. There was no forcing one's way out. The only choice was to follow his rules. Test their luck on those sticks and hope to get that one slim chance at life. None felt the odds any bit promising. I'll go first. Zhuofan stepped out. Others found this situation a life or death case, while he tried to look beyond it and understand its purpose. Since the sovereigns set this up, I should be safe. Without a care, Zhuofan reached out for a stick. The others were tense and grateful. Even Zhao Chen felt admiration for the man. Steward Zhua is a cut above the rest. It's a shame his cultivation is so low, for he excels in everything else. Not everyone can take the pressure of facing imminent death. They were oblivious to the fact that the game was rigged, and he knew it. The stick he chose had the word life written in red. Good sign. Zhao Chen laughed. With just 1% chance, he picked life. Steward Zhua's fortune is beyond life. Ha ha ha. What fortune? That is a total disaster. He Xiaofeng spat. Picking life means our odds just dropped, imbecile. Zhao Chen choked. No one else was eager to try their luck. In the end, Baliyu finally went for it. The thin stick had a black word on it, Death. Baliyu sighed towards Xuefan. The others tensing, life is fortune while death is normal. But will such a blessing fall on me as well? What are the rest of you waiting? The Peak Saint huffed. I take it that you give up and choose to stay in the Nether Sea forever. He Xiaofeng glared hard at Zhao Chen, barking, Go pick. Since the order wouldn't change anything, Zhao Chen reached out with a shaky hand, picking up a life stick. Zhao Chen was elated and laughed. He Xiaofeng's face twitched. Curses, I should have gone instead. Now the odds are lower. He Xiaofeng reached out with a trembling hand, sweat trickling down. But then he thought better and pointed at Chu Qingqing. Wait, what about her? How can she pick one when she's tied up? Her? She caused trouble and was tied up. She'll have to let another pick for her. Her fate is either to live or to have her soul destroyed here and now, never even able to wander the Nether Sea. What? Everyone gasped. What did she do to deserve such cruel punishment? Xuefan understood everything and said nothing. He Xiaofeng's eyes shone and picked death. He Xiaofeng's horrified face was pale as paper. The Peak Saint cackled. Rotten cretin, how many souls did you kill in the Nether Sea so far? You should have been tied up as well and die at my hand. Now that you chose death, you're dead anyway. His palm flashed with unseen speed. Wait. He Xiaofeng shouted. The savage palm halted. Any last words? The stick wasn't for me, but for her. He Xiaofeng pointed at Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing shook her head. No, I didn't ask him to pick for me. That stick is his. Yeah, why would you get to pick for her? Because she's my fiancée. I decide everything about her. As if. I'm not your fiancé. Chu Qingqing denied as she turned to Xuefan. He Xiaofeng shouted with pride. My sacred mountain supports your master and she obeys us. You were always meant for me. You have always been my child bride. Everything you have is because of me. You can just ask your master when you go back. No, that just cannot be. Chu Qingqing shook her head in anger. You're just afraid of dying and are spouting crap. No, he is right. The Peak Saint boomed. You entered with your souls in the Nether Sea and manifested in bodies. In other words, your soul's energy is under the Nether Sea's watchful eye. Any lie you say will be reflected on your in bodies. As there is no reaction from him, this proves it is true. Chu Qingqing shuddered, hanging her head in disbelief. How could Master? Xuefan pondered. They know of the sovereign path on her and they now want it. Well, can I choose for her now? Yes. Ignoring Chu Qingqing's crushed face, He Xiaofeng asked for clarification. Then grinned. Having extended his life for a couple more minutes, he now had another chance to actually survive this, so he picked a stick again, far more carefully. He Xiaofeng chose from the middle and held out the stick with the red word as he cackled. It's life. I picked life. I can return, ha ha ha. You three can return while the women will stay. The Peak Saint spoke. You also have the option to give your stick to another, if you so choose to. TCH, who'd ever pick death over life? That added part is pointless. Zhao Chen sneered as he looked around. He saw He Xiaofeng's savage grin. What are you doing? Nothing, just wish you'd give life to Qingqing. He Xiaofeng spoke evilly. As my fiancée, I have to save her. Screw you. Now you care? What about just now when you used her? Zhao Chen's face twitched, cursing inside. Then he turned to Xuefan. Saint, why are you going after me when he also has one? Yeah. He Xiaofeng's eyes shone with savagery, setting his sinister smirk on Xuefan. The Peak Saint stepped in. Once chosen, only the two doing the exchange may decide. In other words, the one who chooses life must want to, but the one who chooses death must want just as well for the deal to work. TCH, it's obvious for a life chooser, but what's up with a death chooser refusing? Zhao Chen sneered. How do you know they wouldn't want to? The man mocked. Vulgar fools like you can never understand life and death. Have you forgotten that the Nether Sea is watching your souls? Your true intentions will be laid bare regardless of lies. That's why the Nether Sea insists for souls to enter. It's like baring yourself and exposing every aspect of you. He Xiaofeng sighed and spat. Zhuofan, weren't you always fond of Qingqing? You should sacrifice yourself for her. No, I changed my mind. Zhuofan chuckled, turning to Bali Yu. I want to give my life to Yu. Chapter 1237, Cleanse. Chapter 1237, Cleanse. Proofreader, Papatonks. A what? Everyone was baffled, even Bali Yu, by Zhuofan's choice. Didn't he always love Chu Qingqing? Why? Zhuofan walked before Bali Yu and sighed as he gave her the life stick. There's no need for you to stay in hell because of me. Go back. You're giving me life because you owe me? Her big eyes watched him. Zhuofan shook his head. No, that intention might have been before, but now I truly want you to live. Just because the heart chooses to. Bali Yu looked at the Peak Saint with questioning eyes. He is sincere. The saint judged Bali Yu, bit her lip, and looked at Chu Qingqing as she held her own death stick. I understand what you're thinking. Even though you want to die, I will respect your decision. Both hearts agree. The deal is concluded. The saint spoke. Zhuofan smiled and patted Bali Yu's shoulder, taking her death stick and walking to Chu Qingqing. Bali Yu's eyes teared up. He Xiaofeng was baffled. What's up with them? Why did he yearn for the death stick more than his life? Insatiable fools like you could never understand life and death. The Peak Saint sneered at them, then he flashed next to Chu Qingqing and Zhuofan. His huge palm hovering overhead, having chosen death, this palm shall destroy you. Zhuofan hugged Chu Qingqing with a peaceful expression. Will you regret us dying? It matters not when neither life nor death can part us. Chu Qingqing smiled back, then sighed. I just feel a bit of loss since I don't know where I came from. I had someone look into it. We'll know it soon if we survive. Since death doesn't matter, neither does anything else as I'm with you. Chu Qingqing muttered. Boom. The huge palm slammed down, the two vanishing in a flash of bright light. Dead. Everyone watched them vanish. Then Zhao Chen shrugged. I came to the Nether Sea yet got nothing for my troubles, losing instead my genius aid. Crack! He Xiaofeng's clenched his fists. I have it much worse than you. Do you have any idea how much Chu Qingqing was worth? The ancient and fragmented records of the sacred mountains say that she could become a sovereign. It's an utter loss letting her die here in the Nether Sea. I shouldn't have brought her. I thought she might be of help searching for a sovereign's domain, but… He Xiaofeng flicked his sleeve and left Bali Yu watch the two vanish with a bitter smile. The Peak Saint called out before she went as well. Wait. What is it? Bali Yu frowned. Tao is descending and the end of days is nigh. The only hope lies with Zhuofan. Seeing your sincerity towards him, I can trust you. The Nether Sovereign wishes to ask you if you will help him. He's still alive? Bali Yu cheered. Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing appeared back on the stone platform, with the Nether Sovereign watching the couple with a nod. Living fear death, but that is mere regret of the things they have to give up by dying, the things they couldn't do. Letting go of everything makes life and death meaningless. Zhuofan, you passed the last test. Thank you, Sovereign, for your wisdom. Zhuofan bowed. Only, aren't you worried that I was certain you wouldn't kill me? The Nether Sovereign raised an eyebrow. Kill you? Did you really think I never thought of it? Except for the three guardians, the other testers were Zhui Yifan from your heart and that Peak Saint. None of them have ever gone easy on you. By failing to grasp the tyrannical path, you wouldn't have passed the first trial. You took on his fist intent and, while you can't feel it, your body is in shambles. Any more strikes and your body would have crumbled and left you in the Nether Sea forever. Zhuofan shuddered from shock. On the second trial, if Zhuo Yifan had won, you wouldn't be you anymore. Your heart would have regressed to the time of being the demonic emperor in sacred domain, with the 100 years of experience in the mortal domain erased. The Nether Sovereign continued, in the third trial, was it really just a game with the Child Sovereign? With your Spirit King's soul power, didn't you find it odd how you still stood after 4 hours of relentless running? The trial strained your mind. Your spirit would have been spent to death if you hadn't understood the path. Gulp. Zhuofan's heart froze. He always thought they used different ways of teaching him, not realizing the deadly danger lurking beneath. The Nether Sovereign mocked. The 3 trials and the 5 testers, all passed on to you their path while also ready to kill you in the process. Nothing is free in this world. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, with the reward always in correlation with the price. They were earnest in passing their path to you. That meant holding nothing back, even if it meant ruining everything by killing you. It is the only way to truly invest oneself in teaching, by giving their all so that you can understand them. Just like that last palm, it struck not you, but your heart. Had you not let go of all your worries, even believing to have a lucky break, the palm would have shattered your soul. It had nothing to do with Miss Chu at all. It was all you, ha ha ha. Zhuofan felt a chill down his spine, realizing with a start just how close he was skirting death. The sovereigns were too playful, hiding death behind their smiles and making me confused. The Nether Sovereign smiled rumble. The skies shook hard, the sound slamming into their ears. The Nether Sovereign grew worried and rushed things. Zhuofan, once you return, focus on understanding my life and death path, as well as the other 3 paths. It's all up to you to stop the end of days. End of days. Zhuofan started, but then a prismatic glow entered him from the Nether Sovereign. The gloomy sky shattered and golden rays shone down from the high heavens. Nether Sovereign shouted, "Go!" The 2 were blown away and vanished from sight. The Nether Sovereign turned to the golden glow above and whistled. The other testers arrived, looking grave. Heavenly Sovereign, after all these years, you still managed to force your way in. Ha ha ha, you asked for this, didn't you? The sky let out golden ripples and a humongous eye appeared with 12 golden rings in its center. It would have been impossible to barge in here with your 4 sovereign paths holding me back. But you had to be suicidal and pass them all on. Suicidal? The first guardian mocked. We've died eons ago. Everyone here is a mere damned soul clinging to their path. How is that suicidal? The huge eye focused on him. Tyrant Sovereign, Shadow Sovereign, Child Sovereign, Nether Sovereign, and Rebirth Sovereign. You know yourselves to be damned souls, so why do you keep fighting me? I'm not doing this out of my wish, but for the world's Tao. But your path is frightening. The old fisherman said, the world is of yin and yang, condoning good and evil within its boundaries, without any extremes. All the creatures had the right to live. Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Tao is the foundation of everything in existence, discarded like a rag the minute the demonic path arrived. The world is tainted, no longer caring about Tao. What's terrifying is the demons in humanity. As the Heavenly Sovereign, I shall stand in heaven's stead to enact the Tao by purging all demons. As such, since you're all born of the demonic path, you all must be removed for being opposite of my path. We aren't demonic cultivators, but people in coherence with Tao. Nether Sovereign spoke, we seek the good in people, while you can't see right from wrong. Of course we walk different paths. We really are different men on different paths. You want to use the demonic path to fuse the 10 paths, to fight my heavenly path. But all your hopes will be in vain, with your plan in shambles. I will be the one to fuse the paths and not the one you rest your hopes on. Heavenly Sovereign mocked, farewell for good, old friends cleanse. The huge eye shone in 11 golden rings, unleashing a ripple of light. The Nether Sea vanished then and there. Despite the Nether Sovereign's calm face, Heavenly Sovereign, you will fail. Our paths shall bear witness. Chapter 1238 Emperor Stage. Chapter 1238 Emperor Stage. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh! A shadow flitted beneath the blazing sun. Before slamming into Zhuofan's body, he shook and coughed blood. Senior Nether Sovereign was right. I couldn't feel it, but my body is a wreck from Senior Tyrant Emperor's punches. Feeling sharp pain from everywhere, Zhuofan sighed. Those seniors went all out when it came to passing their path, going as far as killing me if they had to. Big Brother Zhuo! A cry came, Great, your soul is back. That he Xiaofeng and Zhao Qin came back before and said you and Sister Qingqing died in Nether Sea. You gave me such a fright. Thank heaven Sister Yu came after and said that you'd wake up. Zhuofan looked at Schwanger and her smile. Then he looked around, but all he found was Luo clansmen. Where are the others and Qingqing? Ruby Cloud sect group heard of Sister Qingqing's passing and took her body. Demonic Emperor and that he Xiaofeng didn't even look at you as they left. Schwanger smiled. Zhuofan nodded. Those two only care about themselves and no one else. Since my soul returned, Qingqing's must be back as well. That he punk might try forcing himself on her after finding out she's alive. What a shame I couldn't get rid of him in the Nether Sea. Zhuofan sighed and looked around. Where's Yu? I don't see her. You finally think about her. Schwanger squinted at him. Sister Yu said she has something to do and won't be back to the clan for a while. Something? What can she do when she isn't even familiar with sacred domain? Zhuofan frowned, but gave up trying to figure it out. He knew her character and she should be fine. Then let's go back. She must have her own plans. Should we tell Demonic Emperor? Why bother? Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly. I've earned much from the Nether Sea and will use them to advance. I don't have time for anything else. When I come out, I'll settle the score with those geezers. Humph. The others nodded and looked ready to fight. After these calm years, Steward Zhuo is ready to strike the 8 emperors. 3 months later, Zhuofan was in a private room in the Luo clan's manor. Having entered it the minute he arrived, Luo Yunchang and the others were left hanging, their cordial mood gone. Dan Qingxin and the oldies nodded. He must have gotten something from the Nether Sea. I should have went as well, ha ha ha. Yeah, it must be something great by the looks of his hurry. They were envious. My, that's a supreme expert's domain for you, filled with riches. The kid is so biased, taking just 2 girls with him to hide his strength. We really missed out. The others nodded. Zhuofan ignored all the chatter coming from outside and set up a defensive array before sitting cross-legged on the bed with eyes closed to ponder all that happened in the Nether Sea: the Tyrant Emperor's fist, Zhuo Yifun's fight, the Child Sovereign's movements, that Peak Saint's attack, and the Nether Sovereign's final warning. Each even flowed through his mind as his energy surged higher and higher. Yuan Qi flooded his meridians with astonishing speed, covering every nook and cranny. Buzzing came from Zhuofan's body as he released prismatic glows. The array had no way of stopping the lights, passing through them and coloring the heavens. What's that? The chatty group outside gasped, watching the sky shining in rainbow colors. Their cries soon died out as the light fell on them and provided warmth and comfort. Dan Qingxin's heart thumped, his voice shaky. Please watch over me, I'm advancing. He rushed into his room and sat down at once to use the prismatic glow to reach the Emperor stage. Curses, that's my line. Murong Lai was also frantic as he went to his room. I'm advancing too. I leave the guarding to you, brothers. You think we're any different? Let's leave guarding to whomever feels like it, 'cause I won't. Ouyang Lingtian went as well. How sly, advancing by yourselves. What about us? Yeah, we're in the same boat. This is a truly rare chance we cannot miss. Yeah, let's just all advance then, and no one guards. All of the Luo clan in the city felt something from the prismatic glow above, their strength soaring. None had time for anything else. whether patrolling or guarding, as they vanished into their rooms to close their eyes. The entire city of hundreds of thousands became quiet as a ghost town, with not even a breeze passing. What's going on? Bailey Jingtian looked at the astonishing scene with a smirk. Thunder Sword King, this is our chance. They're all gone and Zhuofan has no one protecting him. Let's go in and kill him for our empire. Silence was his only answer. Bailey Jingtian looked around to find Bailey Yulei gone like the rest. You're also. Bailey Jingtian raged. As a Sword Star Empire's Sword Kings, haven't we been tagging with Zhuofan for the chance to kill him? Humph, useless. I'll just have to do it myself. Bailey Jingtian stomped ahead. He only got to make 2 steps as his eyes glazed over under the prismatic light show. His rage faded and calm was restored. The grudge is fading, but why? I feel like cultivating, knowing that I'll advance if I do. I can't miss this chance. Bailey Jingtian plopped down then and there to meditate. The prismatic lights danced above over everyone's heads, enlightening them. None of the citizens missed this chance to cultivate. Boom. With a large explosion, a draconic cry sounded. Danqing Shern's dragon soul soared out and shone golden alongside a 300-meter-long sword. He actually formed his imperial mark so soon. His power surged wildly, growing exponentially. He entered Emperor stage under the prismatic light, yet didn't stop. Boom. Following Danqing Shen were tens of other auras booming all over the town and unleashing their golden aura into the skies. Murong Lai and the others advanced as well. Luo Yunhai and the Luo clan's young guards reached the Spirit King stage. Luo Sifan and the juniors jumped 2 whole stages. To the Genesis stage, everyone was overjoyed and amazed. Even with the incredible spiritual energy of the sacred domain, wasn't this still too fast? The only explanation was the mystical prismatic light coming from Zhuofan's room. They knew it had to be incredible. Cultivating under such a light was paradise, so they kept going despite having advanced, for the multicolored lights called to them and whispered deep secrets of the world that made their yuan qi soar. Chapter 1239. Dragons Come Knocking. Chapter 1239. Dragons Come Knocking. Proofreader, Papatonks. Elder, up ahead is the Luo clan's base. Whoosh. A dozen people streaked the clear sky and landed, with a muscled man in his 30s leading them as he pointed in the direction of the prismatic glow. We receive word from Gambling Town that the clan is refining a sword from a dragon scale is over there. The old man next to him gasped, That's... What is that? Another elder with red hair frowned. In all my 32 millennia, I've never seen such an event anywhere in sacred domain. The whole world knows that any who refines a weapon with my race shall feel our wrath. But this clan just pranced around with their dragon sword without fear. Does someone have their back? Yeah. Another elder with black hair stepped forward, his eyes flashing. Something doesn't feel right. The Luo clan doesn't look like much but does unusual things. Their location is also under some baffling phenomenon. Stay cautious. The others nodded. The muscled man sneered, then came over with a bow. Elders Bai Long, Qi Long, Hei Long, you're overreacting. Isn't that just a rainbow? I heard they have demonic Emperor Zhao Chen's protection. How is that a strong backing? Moreover, the most they could ever get to side with them are the 7 sacred mountains. But would those old guys dare mess in our affairs? We don't fear even 3 of those mountains working together. As for all 7-inch, Bai Long pondered, it never hurts to play it safe. Humans are treacherous and cunning. What if it's the 7 sacred mountains attempt to taunt us into waging war? Never forget their constant taunts 500,000 years ago over the Fountain of Youth, making our race suffer heavy casualties as we relinquished that precious area. We were lucky that our die-hard resolution scared them off, thinking we'd take them down with us, and didn't suffer further needless losses. For the same reason we need to be extremely careful against the sudden clan taunting us out of nowhere. Remember the past. The others nodded, with the muscled man saying, "Should we test them? We'll have to reconsider if an expert is among them. Otherwise, I alone am more than enough to waste them. I don't fear even the 8 emperors, let alone this puny clan. A dragon's pride can't be tarnished. Those humans are looking down on us." The 3 elders nodded. The muscled man perked up and bowed before shooting forward. Before he even got close, the sudden boom scared him. A draconic cry announced the rise of a prismatic dragon as it unleashed a golden aura. The dragons split into 5, each with its own color. They circled in the sky and released black energy in the form of a hole. As the golden auras converged, the dragons intertwined their heads and tails to form the frame of a black mirror. This was Zhuofan's imperial mark, the heaven-devouring Wraith mirror. The black mirror fell in Zhuofan's room and vanished, followed by the disappearance of the prismatic lights. Everyone else shot their eyes open, looking at the clear sky and sighing with disappointment. Where did the lights go? Couldn't it last a bit longer? We haven't had enough. After they checked their cultivation, their joy shot higher than the sorrow. All had grown by a large margin. Dan Xingxin, Murong Lai and the other oldies were now peak emperors. Even 8 emperors were nothing to them now as inheritors of the Sword Sovereign, and having gone through Zhuofan's 4 sovereign paths baptism, the 8 emperors were like children now. Even those chosen from the sacred mountains couldn't compare in foundation with them, for heaven's sake. I told you it was a rainbow. The muscled man calmed himself as he said, that was a human forming his imperial mark. Why did he have a dragon soul? Curses, the punk stole our dragon power to form his soul. How did he do it under our watch? The muscled man was puzzled, but then he shot at the city in rage. A mere human not only stole our dragon power but even used us for a weapon. They must all die. His berserk roar caused the cheerful Dan Xingxin and others to flinch. They focused on the muscled man charging into their city. Puny Luo clan, you have some nerve. I will obliterate you all. Peak Emperor power was unleashed, flooding the city with his bloodthirst. The Luo clan would have been hard-pressed against such a mighty foe for sure, 2 days ago that is. But now, the Luo clan's spirit kings were peak emperors and emperor making a scene here? Nothing but a trifle. Where did this guy come from? He's got spunk. Dan Xingxin whispered to the others. Murong Lai beamed, filled with battle spirit. With such a perfect test subject showing up, why not use him to hone our newfound emperor's strength? Agreed. Everyone nodded with devious grins, even Bailey Yulei got excited. But first, form a line. We can't have anyone hog him. Like usual then. Murong Lai grinned at Li Jingtian. Luo clan's original venerables go first then us, ha ha ha. Don't mind if we do, ha ha ha. Li Jingtian cupped his hands, filled with battlelust as he shot for the city limit. I'm your opponent. The muscled guy nodded. Peak Emperor good. I didn't think a tiny clan would have one. A shame you're a human. Us dragons are tens of times stronger than you, humph. You're a dragon. Li Jingtian gasped, then grew thrilled at the challenge. Awesome. I can go all out then. Come again. They say dragons have the strongest bodies. I'm also a body cultivator, so let's dance. Li Jingtian laughed and shot for the muscled guy with a punch covered in black energy. Bam. A savage shockwave spread outward, causing the space to warp. Li Jingtian's punch landed in the guy's outstretched hand, unleashing a violent wind. His body shuddered under the mighty force. The muscled guy gasped, I didn't know humans could train their bodies to such a degree. A real shame though that you're just a human. No amount of training could ever help to win against dragons. Boom! The muscled man shook his hand and shot Li Jingtian back for a dozen steps. His eyes were filled with shock and thrill. Dragons are so powerful. Old Li, use your imperial mark. You're no beast, so don't try meeting one with just your body. We humans use martial arts to our advantage. A shout roused Li Jingtian from his frenzy. Qiu Yanhai. The others nodded. The muscled man mocked. your friend's right. A mere human could never best dragons in raw power. That's why you humans are so prideful in the Imperial mark. Dying before taking it out, I would send you off in tears. Ha ha ha. Those below are counting on you to protect them with the Imperial mark. What the hell do you know? They're urging me so I'd finish fast and they'll get a shot. Especially those Sword Kings. Once they get here, you won't stand a chance, even as a dragon. Those are the real monsters here. You're nothing but a freak of nature. Li Jingtian took a deep breath and made a sign. Using the Imperial mark he just formed, he came to test himself. But this guy was actually waiting for him to show his best. Don't you know where you are? This is the Luo clan, home of monsters and devils. Those below can't wait to chew you up and spit you back out. Chapter 1240. Are they human? Chapter 1240. Are they human? Proofreader, Papatonks. Imperial mark, heaven-crushing black dragon. Squinting, Li Jingtian finished making signs and shouted. With a flash of golden, a huge black dragon coiled around an equally large seal high in the sky. Li Jingtian pointed, and with a draconic roar, the sea smashed towards the muscled guy. The space around it shook and warped from its power. The muscled guy widened at its incredible power and raised a growing arm. Bam! The arm of a peak emperor dragon slammed into the martial fanatic Li Jingtian, sending shockwaves on impact, yet none faltered back. The space was the one taking the brunt of their relentless power, with constant ripples flashing out the muscled guy's eye twitched in shock. It amazed him how Li Jingtian had the strength to match his. It was said a human's imperial mark was unstoppable, just like a spiritual beast's tough body. He, however, was a dragon, and ending a fight with a human in a draw would only bring him disgrace. The muscled guy's face turned red. Crack. His body shook and his eyes grew bigger as sweat dripped down. He strained as he pushed harder and sent the mark back. Li Jingtian shuddered and coughed blood. You win this round, but the next one is mine. Humph, you're not bad yourself. It's the first time a human of equal level broke my arm. He looked at his shaking right arm and said, Too bad there's no second round. I can still fight even with a broken arm, but you've suffered a heavier wound, weakening your imperial mark and dooming your fate. With you gone, the Luo clan will have no expert defending it. Ha ha ha. Li Jingtian gave him a dumb look and flew down. I'm not the Luo clan's true defender. I just dropped by for a spar and not to die. Besides, there are plenty of others that can clobber you. There's just the matter of making sure those freaks don't kill you so I can have my fill sparring with you. Li Jingtian turned to Qiu Yanhai. Your turn. Old Li, what's up with going all out in a spar? It's not about your wounds, but breaking his arm. Won't my spar be one-sided, without going all out even? Stop with the bragging. One hand is enough for him to take you on. Now go. Li Jingtian sighed. The muscled guy was baffled. There's another one stronger around? The Luo clan must be something else to have two of peak emperors. The muscled guy couldn't believe his ears, only accepting it when Qiu Yanhai flew before him. Qiu Yanhai smiled and bowed. After you. Humph, you must be dreaming, thinking you can beat me with two peak emperors. Your only chance is to come at me together, instead of dying by challenging me alone. The muscled guy charged. It was clear the possibility of having both peak emperors ganging up on him had him on edge. He wanted to end this fast. It really was a quick spar. 3 minutes later, Qiu Yanhai huffed with a pale face and was bleeding from the mouth. He saluted. Dragons are indeed strong. I lost. The muscled guy's face twitched, downcast as he stared at his singed palm. Screw your loss. He's as strong as the first guy. Now my other arm is ruined. What the hell is up with the Luo clan? How did they get two experts at the level of 8 emperors? At least there isn't a third one showing up. Hey, who's next? Qiu Yanhai's question had his heart shivering. Whoosh. A figure in white flashed over Xue Qingjian. She glanced at his ruined hands and snapped at Qiu Yanhai. Wasn't this a spar? Why go all out like Old Li? How am I to train against a handicapped adversary? I can't gauge my imperial mark like this. Sorry, honey, it was in the heat of the moment. He Chiu Yanhai gave a goony smile. Train? You're using me for a punching bag? The muscled guy noticed Xue Qingjian at peak emperor stage and cried out, Just how many emperors do you have? All of them here. Xue Qingjian pointed at the group below and they all flew up, with dozens at peak power among the hundreds. The dreadful maelstrom of auras had the muscled guy's face twitching. Curses! Damn fakers, what are you doing siding with the 8 emperors at your level? You could just thrash them and take everything. That's why you challenged us, you have the power. But we've come prepared and won't fail. The muscled guy roared. The people started and saw his smug smile. Humph, no matter how many you are, you'll all die. I didn't come alone. There's 24 peak experts beside the 3 elders. Each of them is as strong as me. None of you will survive this. What? The group shouted. The muscled man smirked. Scared? Awesome. More sparring partners, ha ha ha. The group cheered in excitement and thrill of battle. The muscled guy was dumbstruck. Hey, have you lost it? Our elders are saints. We also have 24 peak emperors. What's there to laugh about? We're so excited since you came right as we became emperors to test ourselves, ha ha ha. Murong Lai sighed. We thought of taking you with us to spar since you're a peak emperor stage dragon, since dragons are far stronger than humans and should meet our standards. Alas, look how you ended up after just 2 bouts. You're no training material at all. To test ourselves, we need saints. Of course we'd be excited with your elders coming over. But how do we split them? There's just 3 of them. Wine Sword Immortal posed a very good question. Dan Qingshan said, Dragon saints can't be normal. We'll have to go 3 or 4 against 1, so there's no need to take turns. The Sword Kings nodded. Leave the strongest to me for a while. The group turned to find Sword Child there as well. I'm Dad's sword and reached peak emperor stage thanks to his inspiration. A couple of dragon saints aren't a problem to me. Just leave them to me when you find it too tough to go on. Their eyes twitched and gave him a nasty look. We won't give you the chance. Young master can just watch from the sidelines. Stubborn fools. Sword Child turned his head away. The muscled guy had a dumb stare. Are these guys human? We came to destroy them, yet they take us for training partners? Are they that strong? The muscled guy's beliefs crumbled then and there. What's wrong with today's generation? Since when did humans become stronger than dragons? Whoosh! Dozens of figures appeared, with the 3 dragon elders in the lead. Elder By Long said, What happened? Did you meet an expert and call for help? The muscle guy's lip shook, raising his ruined arms and pointed at the hundreds of people in front. The elders gasped. Why are there so many emperors? It's like an 8 emperors faction. No, not even they have so many peak emperors. SSS. The elders shuddered, their spine tingling under the gaze of 10 people locking onto them like prey. What did we get ourselves into? Oh wait. Since when did humans look at dragons like that? We're dragon saints too. Chapter 1241, Dragon Form. Chapter 1241, Dragon Form. Proofreader, Papatonks. Pick your targets. Charge. Having long been ready, Murong Lai and the rest shouted with zeal, each after 1 dragon expert. The rest followed after them. The elders gasped. You didn't explain to them who we are. I did. The muscled guy shook his head. It's because of it they don't fear us, wanting to fight us instead. For crying out loud, what is wrong with them? These humans don't even respect us. We'll have to cull 100 and make an example of them. Elder Bai Ling roared, letting his hand drop at the incoming Luo tide, with him taking the lead to charge. Attack! These humans must have forgotten our might after so many years. Let them suffer for it. Draconic roars littered the sky as the 24 dragon experts followed him into battle. Boom. The savage shockwave shook the space as it spread from the impact. The 24 dragons were up against hundreds of Luo clansmen, with even the elders facing 3 or 4 sword kings. This showed a clear contrast between the two races, with dragons tens of times stronger. The shock, however, came for those prideful dragons. Divine Dragon Sweep. Elder by Long unleashed a mighty palm. An image of a hundreds of meters long draconic tail lashing out appeared behind, leaving spatial distortions in its wake. Under such power, the landscape would change for thousands of miles, with the Luo clan's town flattened. Decimating lash. Vaulting Dragon Cleave. Sundering Lightning. Murong Lai, Danqing Shun and Bailey Yulei intervened with their imperial mark made of their sword arts. The dragon tail broke down into nothing. Elder by Long shuddered back 5 steps and looked back in shock. It can't be. 3 peak human emperors blocked my attack. They're not your normal emperors for sure. Elder by Long was grave, now understanding why these folk were so antagonistic. They were freaks. The other side faltered 5 steps as well, looking at the elder with thrill and astonishment. That's a dragon saint for you. They could only fight him together. It didn't matter though, for in a spar, one had to go all out to make the most of it. This was the expert that could test their limits and unearth their potential for more. The trio's eyes burned with battlelust. Hei Long and Qi Long met their own match, looking just as dark. As for the other 20+ dragon emperors, they had to contend with normal Luo clan emperors, tens of them each. As the ardent fight went on, the proud dragons realized these humans weren't normal. They doubted they could even beat them. At this point the muscled guy who started it all sighed, "What have we gotten ourselves into? This isn't just some normal human gathering. Their power is beyond human, close to that of spiritual beasts." The 3 elders were beyond mere dragon emperors, yet 3 to 4 humans could hold them back while other dragons couldn't. Ancient experts. Elder by Long fought with Danqing Shin's group a few more times and turned grave. Hei Long and Qi Long nodded. The rest were dumbstruck, keeping away from their battles for now. The muscled guy with ruined arms flashed to the elder's side and asked, "Elder by Long, what is this about ancient experts?" In ancient times there were humans that could fight sacred beasts and dragons. Among them were the 10 ancient sovereigns, who could surpass even the 5 sacred beasts. By Long spoke, all the cultivators under the 10 sovereigns had the power to fight us dragons. But after the bloody war, many perished. The strength of spiritual beasts and dragons is innate. We hadn't changed, while humans lost their roots. That's why humans today are weaker than spiritual beasts. Even if you take the strongest and loftiest of the 7 sacred mountains, they still can't. Hei Long said, "They remind us of the fights with the ancient humans. It'll be hard to beat them if we keep holding back." Dragons, assume your true form. We're going all out. Dragon form. The dragons gasped. That was their true nature, meaning their power would be on another level. They were strong to begin with in human form, handling other equal stage human cultivators with relative ease. They only went full dragon when they had no choice, uncaring of the shame of having their bodies harmed. They were just too prideful to admit that the weak humans were worthy of seeing their true form. Since antiquity, around 500,000 years ago, the last time this happened was when the 7 sacred mountains came charging in. Now it was going to happen again today, when they weren't even pushed back. Isn't this overestimating them a little? Elder Hei Long. I don't want to hear it. Since they have ancient expert strength, we'll fight them for real. Hei Long's eyes were firm, turning to the other elders. They say ancient dragons fought with humans using their true bodies. What do you think? The others nodded, agreed. The elders jumped out of the fight and into the skies. With a roar, their bodies glowed white and soon revealed themselves as 3 huge red, white, and black dragons with unspeakable aura. Their tails swish sent cutting winds under the fierce winds. The Luo clan town threatened to crumble. They're now tens of times stronger. Dan Shin gasped in shock. Fellas, this looks bad. It's no longer a spar now. 3 of us aren't enough to take even one. Murong Lai's face twitched, sweat trickling down his brow. Yeah, dragon saints are no pushovers. We have to stop them somehow before they ruin the town. We just got a foothold on sacred domain, but now it's about to be destroyed. They all gave grave nods. You should be proud of forcing us into our true form, Luo clan, but now it's over. The wounded muscled guy had a sinister grin of disdain. We once faced 1,000 saints with 100 true dragon saints, destroying a mountain. While only the elders remain, with the 24 dragon emperors, you're finished. A true dragon emperor is enough to face your saints, ha ha ha. The muscled guy roared and turned into a 100-meter-long earth dragon. His 2 claws were wounded, but was still more than enough to handle the normal Luo emperors. Following his action, the rest of the dragons changed as well. The sky was now filled with huge dragons, ready to unleash destruction upon the world. Looking at the incoming apocalypse, the people's hearts sank, their brows locked, and their breathing heavy. Leave the dragon saints to me. Former sword kings like you should have no trouble dealing with the dragon emperors, or there'd be no point in you being here. A lazy voice sounded as slow steps approached. Chapter 1242 Injuring 3 Dragons. Chapter 1242 Injuring 3 Dragons. Proofreader, Papatonks. Who? The black figure floated into the coming storm. By Long's eyes shone, and he swished his white tail at the heads of the humans below, like a scythe to reap their lives. Whoosh! The huge tail unleashed a terrible power, crushing the city's walls to dust. Dan Shin's group was grave yet didn't dodge. Whoosh! A black light shot out of nowhere and met the tail. A what? Bai Long felt his huge and all-powerful tail come to a halt from something beyond his control. He even felt pain from it. What is going? Bai Long was shocked, watching as white scales fell down and blood spurted everywhere. Not just the sensitive dragons, but even the humans were overwhelmed by the scent of blood. The dragons gasped at Elder Bai's red tail. How did it get hurt? Who did that? Get out here, now. Bai Long roared with bloodshot eyes. One strike had him bleeding. It was but a flesh wound, but that was a power neither of the ones below had. He couldn't believe the Luo clan had an even greater expert than these. And by the looks of his wound, he could kill dragon saints. Bai Long was grave, with the other 2 growing tense. Just what is the Luo clan? How many experts do they have? A light footstep sounded in the stillness, revealing a wicked grin and on the face of an 8-year-old. Ha ha ha, I'm Dad's sword. Cause trouble here and you'll be leaving in pieces. Dragon saints sure are amazing, only getting your scales peeled when it should have killed you. That's one tough body. A child. Bai Long gaped. Did he shoot that sword attack? A damn child harmed me? Is the Luo clan filled with one freakier monster than the next? Was it you who harmed me? Dragon saints are strong and renowned in the sacred domain. I guess with Dad away, I'm the only one in the Luo clan that can harm you guys. Got a problem with that? Sword Child gave a taunting smirk. Or do you believe that anyone here can hurt you now? What a bummer. Since anyone can kill you, are you worms or dragons? Ha ha ha. How dare you? Hei Long roared in fury, flicking his tail at Sword Child. Have a taste of this then. Feel free to dodge, but your town will be no more. Be buried with the rest of them. Who? A huge shadow came crashing down, overshadowing the sun. Sword Child smiled and charged at Hei Long with his right hand shining black. Then why don't you try my power? Dragons and sacred beasts aren't the toughest in the world. I have the strongest body, ha ha ha. Apocalyptic sword. Bam! The oversized black tail clashed with the tiny Sword Child in a glorious explosion. The shockwaves spread everywhere and warped the skies, with the dragons forced back under the pressure. What monster is he? How can a child take on Elder Hei Long's tail? Did he just say he's Dad's sword? Does that make his dad a god? You're saying the Luo clan's true expert hasn't come out yet? The dragons were shocked to the core. Have we rushed things by coming here now? How are we supposed to know there was such a mighty faction hiding here? Their shock didn't stop there, watching with bugged eyes as a black figure punched through the huge tail, bearing a wicked grin. Hey Long howled in pain and anger. Holy hell! He hurt another dragon saint, and this one's much worse. How is the kid so strong? It's harrowing. Danqing Shun's side grinned. Sword Child was something the sacred domain had never seen, a sovereign weapon. The limited cultivation was lacking against a dragon saint, obvious from the shallow wound his sword strike left when it came to sharpness and hardness. He was unmatched even by sacred beasts, let alone some wiggling reptiles. Using his body as a blade, the bloody outcome was more than obvious. No matter how hard one trained their hands, they couldn't break a nail. Danqing Shun's group sneered at the two wounded dragons. Dragons pride themselves on their toughest bodies, but look where that got them, ha 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 pa. Sword Child looked smug at his handiwork, but then a shadow loomed over him, and he found himself unable to move. A red dragon stared down at him, and clawed. Elder Qi Long took advantage of his lapse in judgment to grab him. Elder Qi Long smirked. Ha ha ha, brat, you're too cocky. Humans are tricky with their many and strong martial arts, but your bodies are frail. I don't know what art you pulled to hurt them, but I got you now. I need to just squeeze and you're paste. What's holding you? Sword Child taunted with a raised eyebrow. Few things can kill me in the world, but squeezing ain't one of them, The huge dragon eye twitched and Qi Long raged. You got spunk, so allow me to share with you the feeling of having all your bones crushed. Qi Long squeezed hard. His claw hardly moved even as he strained to make a fist. Something was stopping him from doing it. What the hell? Qi Long used two claws this time, to no avail. Sword Child rubbed his chin in a most condescending way. Old timer, any harder and you'll be breaking your knuckles. My bones are the toughest there is. Damn brat, don't get cocky. No matter how tough humans are, they can never reach a dragon's level. Qi Long couldn't accept it, squeezing with more strength. The rest just stared. Sword Child yawned, feeling no pain at all. He found it more amusing to give the straining dragon a taunting look. After having enough of trying, Qi Long huffed and relaxed his grip, knowing how futile it all was. Sword Child's eyes shone with bloodlust. Qi Long. By Long cried out. A black sword wave shot through the red claw and showered the skies in blood. 4 large rough talons rumbled as they landed on the ground. Qi Long wailed like a banshee. Sword Child flew up and laughed. I told you so, old timer. Now you broke your fingers. Chapter 1243. The Real Monster. Chapter 1243. The Real Monster. Proofreader, Papatonks. Everyone gasped at this unbelievable sight, their hearts jumping from shock. The dragons felt fear as Sword Child's cold eyes snapped on them. What abomination is he? Elder Qi Long's hardened claw ended up without 4 talons under his attack. It's nothing short of a fairy tale. You're saying the brat is tougher than a dragon saint? He can't be squished? Is he not human? He was not, so there was no point for you to even try. Danqing Shun's group knew this best. Sword Child's display still sent them reeling in shock. He's a chip off the old block for sure, using the same tactics and toying with the enemy. The dragon saints fell for the enemy's scheme and played to his rhythm instead of their own. Sword Child was an emperor but had the body of a divine sword. The dragon saints could have just used their powers to wipe out his soul and be done with it without a hassle. This was where excessive pride in their draconic bodies got them, thinking it infallible and suffering for it. Qi Long kept howling in pain and fury, looking at Sword Child with savagery. The other 2 elders were just as hateful, looking at him for a sign of weakness. Dragons, attack together. Destroy the Luo clan. Give the city no quarter. Qi Long roared, giving a bloody order. The rest howled and charged. Endless dragon breaths were spewed as they came down upon the humans, with no end in sight. Danqing Shun's group jumped to stop it, Clan guardians, destroy the enemy before they call for help. The Luo clan and the dragons were at war. The testing and training was over. There was no honor here, no mercy, only revenge, for the ruined claw, for the heavy wounds the dragons could take on 10 easily, while the Luo clan outnumbered them 10-1. Danqing Shun and the other true experts could also take 1 dragon alone, boosting the Luo clan's morale in this war. Both sides were equally matched, with neither giving an inch. The 3 dragon saints grew grave from above. They came here ready for this, but even they did not expect to meet such strong opposition. Outside of facing the sacred mountains, the outcome of this war rested solely on their strongest from each side, the elders and the freaky child. Once we beat him, we can just mow down the rest of them. The same applies to the kid, killing our dragons like nothing. The fate of both sides rested on just 4 people by long, and the elders flicked their tails and shot for sword child. Together a spectator would think dragons have lost all their honor to gang up on a child. Aren't you 3 the elders on top of the dragon clan? You're ganging up on a frail boy? They couldn't care less, for this boy gave them a bloody lesson. Rather than wait for him to take them down one at a time, they would finish him then and there. Bam! Hei Long took the lead and hissed as he whipped his tail at Sword Child, sending him hurtling by. Long waited behind to claw him, and sent him reeling in another direction. The intense shock of the blow got his body shaking, though he didn't care, since it wouldn't hurt. Physical attacks were useless. The dragons still didn't get it after all this time. Qi Long shot ahead of him and struck with savage fury, many times stronger than before, sending him flying again. Sword Child was treated like a ball, passed around between the 3 dragons thousands of times. A human would have been reduced to nothing ages ago, while Sword Child didn't even feel an itch, sneering at them after bouncing him around tens of thousands of times. The dragons grew tired and stopped, crying out loud, "What is this kid? We've been attacking him for so long but can't even hurt him. Is he even human?" Qi Long panted hard, while the other 2 nodded. Sword Child snickered, drawing 2 fingers and cutting the air with them, letting out a whistling and metallic sound. "Had enough, old-timers? Now it's my turn." Sword Child shot for Qi Long. "I took 4 talons last time, and now I'll have the entire claw. Ha ha ha!" Qi Long suffered once and leaned out of the way and dodged with his tail. Sword Child's finger slashed a black sword wave and took some of his scales along with blood. Not bad. Didn't think you'd be so nimble with such a huge body. Sword Child taunted, slashing where Qi Long dodged. "A shame my sword isn't so easy to avoid." Whoosh! A sword wave shot from his finger, right for the huge dragon. Qi Long shook in horror. While it wasn't Sword Child's direct attack, he still couldn't take it on. He might end up cut in half in this critical juncture. He couldn't dodge and blocking was ill-advised. He took a deep breath and blew, releasing a scarlet glow. Draconic wave. Bam! The 2 attacks met, and with a resounding boom, they shook everything around. Qi Long shuddered and looked grave, while Sword Child got pushed 10 feet back, looking a little flushed. By. Long lit up and cried, "Look, the kid got pushed back and seems to be in some pain." "How come? We pounded him thousands of times already and it didn't even scratch him." Hei Long frowned. By. Long said, "I got it. His reaction is due to using our powers. It's not his body that reacted, but his soul. He has a tough body beyond ours, but his soul is only that of an emperor, not so monstrous. Use soul attacks and he'll die." "Right. We've gotten so used to dealing with humans with our bodies that we forgot about attacking his soul. Now that we found such an abominably tough opponent, we'll have to learn from them and use soul attacks." Ha ha ha! Hei Long mocked. Qi Long lit up as well and grinned. Sword Child frowned, his heart sinking as he inched away. "Crud, the fools found me out. Not even 100 dragons could break my body, but my soul." Sword Child looked around, searching for Danqing Shun or the others to join up and defend his soul. The 3 dragons found his weakness and instantly unleashed 3 red, black and white glows at him. Draconic wave. Sword Child's eye twitched and he dodged once and twice, only to find himself in front of the last, blocking his retreat and forcing him to face it. He swung his fingers before the scarlet glow, blocking it, but that action shuddered his soul and messed with his tempo. The three glows combined just then, and appeared once more. SSS. Sword Child gasped inside, with no chance to dodge. Blocking the combined attacks would leave him gravely wounded, as well he was stuck, something the three huge dragons relished. The freak is done for, he hummed. 5 colored dragons joined together formed a black mirror right in front of Sword Child. Dad. Sword Child cheered while the dragons' hearts sank. Dad. Does that mean the real monster is here? Chapter 1244. Heaven Devouring Wraith Mirror. Chapter 1244. Heaven Devouring Wraith Mirror. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom! The combined attack of the dragons landed on the mirror, making it shake a bit. Black energy then formed vortexes on its surface, sucking up the power into those abysses. This can't be. The 3 pairs of huge draconic eyes shuddered in disbelief at the weird mirror. Domain Soul Imperial Mark, it can devour anything. Even so, we unleashed our draconic waves, not something a mere Imperial Mark could absorb. Just how was that Domain Soul formed to be so tough and take it on? Hei Long cried out, staring at the black mirror with fear. The kid's father is a monster as well, defying all logic. Whoosh! Rumbling came from the mirror as black dragon claws emerged from the vortexes, shooting straight for the dragons in the sky. Crack. The dragons were still out of it, only waking up when there were 5 black claws on them. Those claws were hard as diamonds, making the dragon emperors unable to break out of them. What the hell are these things? Act! The black dragon claws pulled one dragon into the mirror. He howled just before his end came, followed by many other dragons. The sky was filled with draconic howls 1 second, then eerie still the next, with the sun shining on the remaining 3 dragon saints. The dragons and Danqing Shen's group gasped. What kind of Imperial Mark did Zhuofan make? How is it that insane? We barely get to hold our own against one, yet he finishes all of them like nothing. This is the power of the pillar of the Luo clan. Clap. The dumbstruck humans and dragons snapped out at the sudden sound. They found out the dragons had black claws on them as well. Unable to break free, they got to experience for themselves the terror of their fellow dragons. The claws were strong, stronger than them, but they still couldn't get why a human would have such a deadly Imperial Mark. They didn't have the time to make sense of any of it, stuck in a dire situation. Despite being saints, these humans could actually kill them, especially now that the true monster was here. The 3 dragons exchanged a glance and used all their power to fly around Clap. The black dragon claws that foiled dragon emperors stood no chance against the saints. Breaking down despite that, they chose to flee with a flick of their tail instead of pursuing the fight. Curses, we screwed up badly. Just you wait until we're back with a real army, then we'll flatten you and rescue our people. Leaving so soon? I'll go stop them. Sword Child sneered. Sword Child, stop. I'll do it. A shout reached him. Whoosh! Zhuofan flashed in the sky and the heaven-devouring wraith mirror entered his body. Looking at the parting dragons, he had a nasty smirk. He vanished from his spot and appeared before the trio so fast. The dragons stammered from shock. What skill was that to catch up to a dragon saint's speed? Is he that monstrous? He won't be easy to deal with. But we're not about to just keel over just because you stopped us. Humph! Even the human saints have trouble against us. The 3 demons shared a look and flicked their tails as they charged. Fighting against an unknown like Zhuofan could lead to annihilation, but a sudden charge was not something a human could stop. Either the sudden display of power caused the sky to sport black cracks from the 3 waves of light, while the world around was devastated by a fierce storm. Alas, they happened to meet not just anyone, but Zhuofan, who inherited 4 sovereign paths. Raising his Qilin arm, Zhuofan stood calmly, giving off an eerie vibe as the unleashed storm had no effect on him. Qilin Tyrant Fist. He faced the mighty attacks with but a fist. It flashed scarlet for a moment, then it exploded like a volcano boom. The world around them shook under the deafening explosion, with the sky now replaced by a gigantic black hole. The dragons felt their heads overcome by a searing pain as blood flowed down their faces. The huge bodies spun a dozen times before they could straighten and look at Zhuofan's grin with fear. How is this possible? He's just a peak emperor and blocked us with a punch. Just how? They recalled Sword Child. This guy is the freak's father. Then he must be even worse. His son's body is an abomination, and so must the father. The dragons grew tense, their blood running cold. This is bad. We might not get out of this alive. The audience was bug-eyed. Just a punch stopped the three dragons. Steward Zhuo is even more of a monster now. Damn it, why are we even further behind him? Bailey Jingtian gnashed his teeth. Bailey Yulei chuckled and shook his head. Bali Yu entrusted him to look after Bailey Jingtian. Now there was no point. Each time they broke through, Zhuofan would always stand the highest. It got so bad that it became a gulf between them. Now we can't even touch him. You can rest easy now, ha ha ha. Zhuofan did not finish the dragons, cupping his hands. Dragon friends, it's been ages. You knew we'd come. Word travels fastest in Gambling Town. News of wielding a dragon-scale sacred weapon would one day reach the dragons, and that would mean you'd come here. You mean this was all a trap? Bai Long gasped. What are you? What do you want? What are you humans up to? Do you want the sacred mountains to wage war with us again? Zhuofan had a vague smile. Seniors, we're unrelated to the sacred mountains. I only wish to invite you over for a few days and talk. Anything you wish to say, you can do it back in our Dragonlands. Bai Long shouted with unease. Zhuofan sighed. I see you don't believe me. Sorry in advance for making it hard on you, elders. Shadowbind. Zhuofan flashed next to them, and three shadows shot from Zhuofan and wrapped around them, preventing them from moving. Chapter 1245 Talks. Chapter 1245 Talks. Proofreader, Papatonks. The black mirror re-emerged and Zhuofan waved the three dragons into it before vanishing. Danqing Shin sighed. Boy, I knew at the moment I saw you that you were a dragon among men. You've come a long way, so far that you're making all of us old men amazed at your progress. Even the invincible sword didn't make us feel so far behind. The others nodded with envy. Old Dan, you're too kind. I was only lucky to receive Senior's guidance. Zhuofan smiled, pacifying their downcast moods. Elderly, did you find anything about what I asked? Li Jingtian bowed. Steward Zhuo, forgive me. This turned out to be hard. The area was erased of any clues. Erased. Yes, they say the sky fell 100 years ago, that not one survivor remained from the sudden destruction. Li Jingtian reported with doubt. The strange thing is, any disaster should at least have some survivors. Even if they did die in the end, some clues had to be left behind, or traces of what happened. Yet there was absolutely nothing. The only evidence people once lived there were the merchants that used to pass through, fleeing for their lives upon the sudden change in the sky. Zhuofan frowned. It was done quite thoroughly. Steward Zhuo, should I continue? No, I don't think there's anything else to find. Zhuofan sighed. What cities are Yilin, Young Sanzi and Xiao guarding? Call them over and send someone else instead. Yes. Li Jingtian bowed and left. Zhuofan waved for the others to disperse while he returned to his room. He was an emperor now, but he still needed to ponder the four sovereign paths. The strong dragons forced him out ahead of time. A month later, Li Jingtian shouted from beyond his door. Steward Zhuo, Yilin, young Master San and young Miss Qiao are waiting in the hall. I'll be right there. Zhuofan's eyes shone as he opened them. He walked into the hall, and the three people there greeted, "Father." "Elder brother." "There's no need for courtesy, just sit." Zhuofan smiled. "How was it? Was it nice and easy ruling over a city?" The trio sneered, with Yi Lin beginning, "Elder brother, there's nothing more boring for us than playing as city lords. We might as well be lords over in the mortal domain, instead of coming to the sacred domain with you. While you've been working behind our backs lately." "What's wrong?" Zhuofan asked. Young Sanzi mocked. "Father, we've been away for so long that only after returning did we find out that those old codgers advanced. We heard you're the cause behind it. Can't you let us enjoy it too? They're all emperors now, having the same strength as we have. Now we fell behind. Who are we to blame for that? Yeah, it's not fair leaving us out of such a grand occasion." Yi Lin huffed in anger. Zhuofan sighed. "Take it easy. That was an accident. I got 4 sovereign legacies and had to enter seclusion. How was I supposed to know the sovereign paths would light the sky and help not just me but the whole Luo clan in advancing? You can't expect me to know that. Young Sanzi, you're also sacred beasts, making the insight ineffective. Your bloodline is the most important, so why nag me over this?" "We just think it's unfair for Yi Lin." Young Sanzi rolled his eyes and Xiaoer sulked. Yi Lin nodded. "Elder brother, you have to make it up for me. Let me enjoy the grand Tao lights as well." "It's not up to me. The paths aren't mine. I can't control it." Zhuofan shrugged, but chuckled at Yi Lin's downcast gaze. "But I can make it up to you in another way to catch up to those guys in no time, a cultivation shortcut." "What is it?" The three perked up. Zhuofan grinned, and as a black energy streaked around, it left behind 24 figures slumped on the ground. The trio looked oddly at them. Zhuofan smiled. "Dragon friends, let us talk. How may I call you?" "A dragons." The trio stared in amazement. Having just got back, they didn't know of the battle a month ago, that the dragons came knocking and that Zhuofan snatched them up. Looking at the slumped dragons, they felt curious and amiable. Their dragon ancestors' offspring, essentially. "Who are you? What do you want from us?" Bai Long glared at Zhuofan. "I warn you, do anything to us and our people will get you for it. Not even you can fight off the Dragon Land's endless experts." Zhuofan put on a genial smile, bowing. "Senior, we have no bad intention towards dragons. Quite the opposite, we're both on the same side." "Same side." They all flinched in doubt. "We're dragons and you're humans. How's that the same side? Stop playing with us." Zhuofan pointed. "Yi Lin, tell them about your master." "Dragon seniors, my master is one of the ancient 5 great sacred beasts, decimating dragon ancestor." Yi Lin bowed with nothing but respect. The dragons gasped. "How can that be? Our ancestor fell in ancient times." "Yi Lin, show them." Zhuofan waved. Yi Lin lifted a finger and a golden fire burst out of it. The elders felt the familiar energy and cried out, "Yes, it's dragon ancestors decimating golden flame. It's the same fire from our dragonlands." "How can you?" "Elder, did they steal it as well?" The wounded muscled guy added. The elders hesitated. Yi Lin spoke with pride. "Master told me sacred beast powers can destroy the world. They can only be imparted, lest one dares be destroyed instead." "Stealing? I know that dragonlands hold the decimating golden flame as well, but did any of you train in it?" Well. By long side, yes, Elder Yuan has managed to train in Ancestor's golden fire, but 2 years later the flames consumed him. There's no surviving it unless the Ancestor himself bestows it, even to dragons. Then he's truly Dragon Ancestor's successor? They were all baffled by this development. Zhuofan pointed at young Sanzi and Xiaoer. They are Xiaoer and Thunder Phoenix's successors as well, true sacred beasts and not humans. Dragon Ancestor even trained them. Zhuofan gave them a look and the two released their auras. A savage red aura covered the city, while purple lightning crackled in the sky. This left them in an even bigger shock. They could feel a power like no other forcing them into submission from the two. Such pressure made their limbs soft and blocked their resistance, sacred beasts. The elders were beyond thrilled, bowing with the rest of the dragons. They say the 5 great sacred beasts fought with the 10 sovereigns. I can't believe there would be successors. The day for our sacred beasts' rise is nigh, ha ha ha. The others cheered. The 7 sacred mountains had pushed the dragons around for too long. Once the 2 sacred beasts matured, they would level them. Zhuofan's face twitched. Dragon seniors, it's too soon to rejoice. What's the problem? We now have sacred beasts and the time of spiritual beasts is just around the corner. Yes, you have sacred beasts, but humans have sovereigns. Sovereigns? Bai Long said, didn't they all die? Zhuofan rolled his eyes and sneered. Who told you that? Couldn't they just hide? Anyway, I already met 5 of them. 4 in sacred domain and 1 in mortal domain. Also, besides these 2 young sacred beasts, the other 3 are still trapped. Attacking humanity doesn't make sense. You'll only let the sovereigns see you and ruin your efforts. Chapter 1246, Teaming Up. Chapter 1246, Teaming Up. Proofreader, Papatonks. The dragons froze in place with Bai Long shaking. Say what? The sovereigns are still alive? That means humans aren't finished yet. I can't claim all 10 are around, but there's still enough of them. Zhuofan snickered. Their faces twitched with Bai Long sighing. Just who was it that spread the word the 10 sovereigns and the sacred beasts fell? Aren't they still alive, here and now? You also mentioned that the other 3 sacred beasts are trapped? Our ancestor. Yes, he's trapped in a place called the mortal domain. Zhuofan spoke gravely. You can tell that we have dragon souls. To form it, dragon power is needed. There's no way for humans to steal it when you're guarding it with vehemence. With dragon ancestor in the mortal domain, only by gathering earth dragon souls to draw out the dragon power will it work. Since he's your primogenitor, drawing dragon power shouldn't be hard. The others nodded. I see. So you all came from the mortal domain? Is dragon ancestor all right? How do we save him? People, he is very much safe. Zhuofan appeased. He can't go out just yet and sent us ahead to sacred domain. Yet. Yes, he can't break the mortal domain's barrier, but it's quite easy to break his cell. He won't do it, because of one man. Who? The creator of mortal domain, the heavenly sovereign. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Bai Long cried out, the top sovereign? He made the mortal domain? It was meant as a prison to confine the sacred beasts. The heavenly sovereign hasn't done anything to them all these years, making his situation unknown. That's why Dragon Ancestor had us go ahead and scout the place for his trail. If the heavenly sovereign is weakened, it'll be the best chance to strike. Also, we've made preparations in the sacred domain to help all of them escape the mortal domain. Then your Dragon Ancestor's envoy, here to help them. Bai Long was excited. Zhuofan nodded without shame. Yes, this is Sir's intent. To wait or strike true. That's why I'm saying we're on the same side. Dragon Ancestor relies on us in the mortal domain and relies on you in the sacred domain. Will you help us? Of course. Anything for Dragon Ancestor. Bai Long roared, the others joining him in standing tall. It was his life's greatest honor to lay his life for Dragon Ancestor. Yi Lin sighed. They might look like humans, but they're as simple as spiritual beasts where it counts. Dragon Ancestor has no trouble getting out and coming to sacred domain, but this bro of mine has misled them. He stands for the humans in the end anyhow, not wanting for the sacred beasts to reign once more. If it turned out that the heavenly sovereign was their common enemy, they would return. It all came down to Dragon Ancestor's words. If they could be trusted. Zhuofan offered a hand with a smile. Do we team up? We're all doing this for Dragon Ancestor. That makes us family. Pa. Bai Long shook Zhuofan's hand hard. We will do our all to go with your plan to save Dragon Ancestor. How may I call you? Luo Clan's steward, Zhuo Fan. Dragon Clan's elder, Bai Long. Bai Long grinned and patted his chest. You have an impressive body for a human. How did you train? At Dragon Ancestor's favor, he offered me a scale and reforged my body in the golden flames. No wonder, ha ha ha, Bai Long believed him more. With Dragon Ancestor coming, it was a reason to celebrate after pleasantries. Zhuo Fan pointed at his people. Our investigation is to thwart the Heavenly Sovereign, but first we'll need more strength. I ask Elder Bai to take these 3 to the Dragonlands and teach them. They will act as representatives of our cooperation, and to also gather more men. They are 2 sacred beasts and Dragon Ancestor's disciple. They have great authority among the sacred beasts. Of course, Qilin is the head of beasts. Thunder Phoenix and Kuanping oversee the north and south birds. Cao rules the seas and Dragon Ancestor created his race. Most of all the spiritual beasts came from them, and they were once a force to be reckoned with in the sacred domain. By long side, ever since the 5 sacred beasts fell, us dragons were the only ones still putting up a fight against humans, with the birds and beasts scattering. This time is different. With the 2 of them calling them, attacking the 7 sacred mountains will be nothing, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. Great, but let's be subtle about it and not let them catch wind of this. The Dragonlands are vital in the sacred domain, with many eyes on them. That's why we didn't come knocking the moment we got here, attracting the enemy's attention. We thus thought of drawing you out to talk. The sacred weapon from a dragon scale comes from Senior Kuanping. He must have forged it from a deceased dragon. I ask for your forgiveness. It's fine. We're not petty to mind trifles. It's all for Dragon Ancestor. The dragons didn't mind it. It's unknown when Qilin and Thunder Phoenix will mature, but a war is knocking and we need all the sacred beasts. Is there a way for them to grow faster among spiritual beasts? Well, Bai Long hesitated. We are the only spiritual beasts able to take human form, and that is because of our precious land, Dragonizing Pool. In the ancient past, when humans and spiritual beasts were at peace, Dragon Ancestor and the Shadow Sovereign made it. It contains the essence of Dragon Ancestor and the core of Shadow Sovereign's path. We are able to find human reflections in its waters, using its power to turn human. Our own strength is greatly improved as well. Sacred beasts can turn human by themselves, but if they can go through the Dragonizing Pool, taking in Dragon Ancestor's power, it will deepen their form. The Shadow Sovereign's path is truly intricate, not only dividing people into flesh and soul, but shadows as well. By bringing out the power of their shadow, they can maximize their potential. Dragonizing Pool is a true masterpiece of cooperation between a sovereign and sacred beast. Zhuo Fan nodded and rejoiced inside. Great! Yi Lin, you guys got your wish, receiving a dragon's favor to make up for your weakness. The trio nodded with eagerness. Elder Bai, what of the Fountain of Youth? One dragon spoke. Zhuo Fan turned to him. Fountain of Youth. Yes. Bai Long wore a heavy frown. The Fountain of Youth had been passed down in ancient times by its creator, the Child Sovereign. Those that bathed in its waters will remain young and strong for all their lives, even in seniority. The Fountain of Youth helps one's heart as well, shedding away all worries and attaining inner peace. When humans cultivate in the fountain, their hearts will not be plagued by any negative emotions, heightening their insight towards a sovereign path to incredible degree. I believe that by taking the young sacred beasts there, they would reach their peak even faster. Zhuo Fan laughed. Not just them, but us as well. But will the dragons share it with us? Ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, you jest. The Fountain of Youth has long since left our hand. What's there to share? Wah! 500,000 years ago, the 7 sacred mountains stole it from us. By long side, it is now locked in the 7 sacred mountains, with only their most important people going in. Each sacred mountain takes up duty to protect it every year. There's no way for us to enter. But now we have the 2 young masters, and we can amass troops to raid the 7 sacred mountains, taking back the Fountain of Youth. Nodding, Zhuofan's eyes burned with battle-lust. No matter where the Heavenly Sovereign is right now, we shall take the 7 sacred mountains first. Please return and be ready. I will work from my end. My thoughts exactly, Steward Zhua. Ha ha ha. The elders laughed and cupped their hands. They would finally get revenge on the 7 sacred mountains. After all these years of torment, they couldn't beat all 7 mountains, but with the sacred beasts calling the other spiritual beasts, the mountains wouldn't stand a chance. Zhuofan talked some more before sending them away. Yi Lin's group going as well. Only Qi Long's wounds were a bit problematic, but Zhuofan had understanding of the Shadow Sovereign's path, and using reflection and shadows, he left all of them speechless as he performed miracles. He really is Dragon Ancestor's envoy. Zhuofan eased up with them gone, having found backing in the sacred domain at long last. He could go up against the 8 emperors without worry of other powers blocking him, not even the 7 sacred mountains. Chapter 1247, Takeover. Chapter 1247, Takeover. Proofreader, Papatongs. Demonic Emperor Sir, Steward Zhua is seeking an audience. What did you say? In Devil Mountain's large and glorious hall, a man in black kneeled before the stunned Zhao Qin. After hearing it a 3rd time he reacted, "That's not possible. Didn't he die in the Nether Sea? How show him in already?" "Yes." Zhuofan walked it with a wide smile, bowing. "Demonic Emperor Sir, have you been well?" "As Steward Zhua, you're still alive." Zhao Qin laughed and patted his shoulder. "Great, my aid has come back to me. You have no idea how pained I was seeing you crushed. Nights have been hard, the memory is still fresh." Zhuofan sneered inside, but only showed a smile. "You honor me, sir. Go on, tell me, how did you get out?" Zhao Qian's eyes grew suspicious. Zhuofan made an excuse. "The Nether Sovereign has been an almighty being since ancient times, but he doesn't waste time on nobodies. Everything was but a test. As long as we didn't fear death, he'd let us go." "A blessing in disguise." Zhao Qin sighed, then stuttered. "Is your cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, Steward Zhua? It was bad enough with only a bone-tempering cultivation, yet now you regressed?" Zhuofan's regression was a joyous occasion, all thanks to understanding the sovereign paths and his broadened mentality. Zhuofan sighed. "I had the fortune of passing the Nether Sovereign's trials through a fluke, but as I was so weak, the Nether energy corroded my cultivation." "It must have been so hard on you, Steward Zhua." Zhao Qin sighed. "But since the Nether Sovereign let you go, he must have admired your talent. Is there no way of recovering from this?" Zhuofan caught his meaning, fishing for anything that Zhuofan might have gotten from the Nether Sea, and wanting to get a bite himself, he finally got to what Zhuofan wanted, egging him on. "Sir, is insightful to find out that the Nether Sovereign did give me a cultivation method right at the end." "What is it?" Zhuofan revealed a jade slip. "The Nether script provided critical aid when my cultivation regressed. It says it can speed up cultivation and should recover my original level in 3 months. Cultivating further, it would be even faster. In 10 years, I'm sure to make some waves." "So magical." Zhao Qin snatched the jade slip by reflex, uncaring that this was another's lifeline. He was no different from a thief. This was the attraction of a sovereign's items, with the whole world lusting after them. Zhuofan knew this all too well. Using it as bait, make another's cultivation efforts your own. Absorb it within you. Zhao Qin gasped. "The sovereign's cultivation method is incredible. It can even do this?" "Yes, how else would you get instant results? Ha ha ha," Zhuofan said. "It's a pity my cultivation is too low and I can't take on much. I could only absorb 1 qi condensation cultivator a day. I can't have anyone else know as well. lest I earn public anger. Sir has to be careful. Zhao Chen was too thrilled to care. Yeah, very careful, ha ha ha. Why would you show me such a dangerous thing? Aren't you afraid I would steal it and silence you? Steward Zhua, you could never make such a basic mistake. Zhua Fan stared hard at him. He was obsessed with the new cultivation method, but not enough to rob him of his mind. Zhua Fan nodded. Sir is right. The cultivation art isn't a danger to just everyone, but to yourself as well. That's why I wish to share it. I don't need many resources now, but with time the demand will rise as soon as I grow in strength. I could never reveal my new strength, so I need Sir's help. Makes sense. Zhao Chen squinted at the jade slip. He knew exactly what resources Zhua Fan needed, and that this cultivation method would incite hatred from everyone at the same time. The lure of power was too much for some to bear. A swift rise was impossible by common means, only through this art. No one wants to part with anything that comes from a sovereign's domain. Tracing the jade slip, Zhao Chen muttered, staring hard at Zhua Fan. Steward Zhua is right about one thing. Training in this art while avoiding suspicion will only work if you have me covering for you. But now that I have it, why should I help you? The less who know about this, the better. Zhao Chen exploded with power, filled with bloodthirst, and ready to silence Zhua Fan. Zhua Fan said casually, Demonic Emperor, sir, I wouldn't do that if I were you. And why not? Sir, you need far more resources than me. How many would you procure by yourself? You'll still need someone to help you out. That means letting someone know about this. Can you guarantee they won't sell you out? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. His bloodlust deflated. Zhua Fan smiled. If Sir is willing to trust me, I will help Sir in this aspect, training with Sir and becoming your accomplice. Exposing it will harm me as well, so we need to work together. Why then would Sir kill such a loyal helper and risk taking another that might betray you at any time? Steward Zhua. Zhao Chen's eyes shook inside. You've thought of everything. I have no reason to strike you. Guard. Sir. A man in black rushed inside and bowed. Demonic Emperor, sir, what are your orders? Everything, my domain and Devil Mountain, are for Steward Zhua to manage. His word is mine. Let everyone know. The guy flinched. Isn't that the same as making him the Demonic Emperor? All he is missing is a title. What if he goes for a takeover? If Zhua Fan's word is Demonic Emperor's, what are you going to do, sir? Zhao Chen barked. I'm entering seclusion, got that? Let Steward Zhua handle everything in my stead in the meantime. Oh, I see. Yes. The man rushed to carry his orders. Zhao Chen turned a snicker to Zhua Fan. Steward Zhua, all my resources are yours. Everything in my domain is at your fingertip. We are truly in the same boat. It'll be bad for both of us to let this leak out. Be careful and don't be found out too soon. Sir, I also train with it. I won't let anyone call me a waste 30 years later. Ha ha ha. Zhua Fan cackled. Zhao Chen had a vile grin. Steward Zhua, no one says that. You're already frightening with your courage and guile, but you'll be a force to be reckoned with once you have power. Maybe then I'll even be afraid of you. You're too kind, sir. Zhua Fan bowed. Zhao Chen gave him a look, then laughed as he left. Zhua Fan is sharp to snatch people's weaknesses. Even so, once I get stronger, I won't have to fear any saint and can remove the punk and the danger. But I still need his skills for now. Chapter 1248, Expansion. Chapter 1248, Expansion. Proofreader, Papatonks. Excited to cultivate, Zhao Chen called for a few people on Devil Mountain to enter his chambers, only for them to scream in horrible agony as they died. Zhua Fan sneered from the outside, leaving for his own matters. Once he got out of the hall, the whole of Devil Mountain kneeled with utter respect. Greetings, Steward Zhua, endless fortunes and everlasting life. In just a few minutes, Devil Mountain knew Zhuofan had become the demonic emperor's representative, promoted from the head of the 12 demon guards into the crown prince. Everyone conformed with this change. Showering with flatteries, Zhuofan beamed. One moment was all it took to lose everything, but I spent a century to gain it all back, ha ha ha. Zhuofan shook his head, flicking his hand. Every town and city within the demonic emperor's domain is to be ready for battle. In 3 months we will go to war. Yes, sir. The huge crowd roared after Zhuofan took power. All the cities under the demonic emperor had a change in management. The Luo clan's high officials were sent to rule them. With their many experts, the Luo clan gained swift control of every inch of Zhao Chen's lands. With the latter none the wiser, the demonic emperor had many city lords in the early to late emperor stage, but the Luo clan had scores of them, with a dozen even possessing obscene strength for their level. A bit of flexing and smashing was all they needed to establish their rule. 3 months. That was how long Zhuofan took to usurp all power in the demonic emperor's domain. Zhao Chen would have a hard time getting everything back. Zhuofan's plan to take over Zhao Chen's forces from the inside was achieved. Zhao Chen would surely shed tears if he knew. Alas, ignorance is bliss. Oblivious to the Luo clan's true power, otherwise he would never have given so much power to Zhuofan. Steward Zhuo, we've taken everything from Zhao Chen and can remove him. No one will raise a fuss. Li Jingtian bowed to Zhuofan in a hall, reporting the last 3 months' activities. Zhuofan's eyes shone, smiling. Not yet, he still has uses. Did you send him cultivation resources? I have, but he demands more and more from you. So eager for quick gains to drain them, humph. Zhuofan muttered, it's almost time. March on the Wraith Emperor and the Falcon Emperor's unmanned lands. We will challenge them this time and destroy them. Everyone bowed, yes sir. News of war spread like lightning throughout the sacred domain. Under Zhuofan's command, the demonic emperor's army stormed the 2 emperors' lands. They stood no chance, with 10 cities falling in 3 days, butchering all people in their path. The demonic emperor's army was ruthless and terrifying. Damn you, Zhao Chen. Bam! The Falcon Emperor slammed a table. It's only been a couple days of peace and now another war starts? The punk was vicious last time as well, pushing us to fight the Enchanting Empress and Sword Emperor to wear each other out. We had no time to recover and he's coming for us again. The Wraith Emperor frowned hard. We can deal with his treachery, but I fear there's someone even more cunning making things harder. Who? The Falcon Emperor gave him a look and exclaimed, You mean his new right hand, Zhuofan? The Wraith Emperor sighed. Falcon Emperor, have you noticed how despite Zhao Chen's cunning, he was crude and easy to anger? Now though, looking at the previous war and the current one, each step is taken with precise calculations from someone. It's like we're merely puppets dancing to his tune. Why do you say that? Think for a second. Why would the demonic emperor attack us both? Isn't it because he saved his strength last time? And how else did he do it if not by inviting the Enchanting Empress and Sword Emperor to fight for him? The 8 emperors have always been smart not to get involved in pointless affairs, but why did they join regardless? Who brought them? Zhuofan? The Falcon Emperor nodded. He didn't look like much when I saw him as we greeted the saints, but Zhao Chen has always kept him around. He has to be good at something. The Wraith Emperor continued, Yeah. He made a mess of things in the demonic emperor's stead, forcing both of our sides to lose. This time he's sending troops. I heard that the demonic emperor is in seclusion and gave all power to Zhuofan. It means the war was Zhuofan's idea and not his master. The Falcon Emperor's beard shook as he slammed the table. He got some nerve, waging an 8 emperors' war whenever he wants. The Wraith Emperor sighed. He really is reckless, for not even the demonic emperor would do this. There's no way an aide would do this. It's like he's the real demonic emperor. The Falcon Emperor gave him a long look and nodded, Yes, the only thing the punk is missing to step on the big stage is strength. Should we just remove him? The Wraith Emperor nodded with a nasty smirk. In a world of strength, being weak meant you were nobody, for anyone could just squash you, even if you're great at everything else, ha ha ha. Before a room on Devil Mountain, Zhuofan bowed. Demonic Emperor, I've brought what you requested. Rumble. The stone door cracked open after a series of heavy sounds, then Zhuofan stepped in. He grinned at the familiar room as the door closed behind him. A man wrapped in thick black energy sat in center, with a fervent gaze, that of a demented person after 3 months of cultivating. His aura took a darker and foul air, giving him a sinister vibe, like that of an abomination on the prowl for man flesh. He should be close to going mad at this rate. Zhuofan bowed. Demonic Emperor, sir. Zip it and give me the ingredient. Where are they? Zhao Chen barked, exposing an excited grin, like that of a beast. In a flash of azure, hundreds of people appeared. Unconscious, Zhao Chen said, So little? That's only 532, where are the rest? Did you use them? You jest, sir, I can only take one a day at most. Why then? Sir, so many people missing is bound to raise suspicions, especially when sir requires high-quality materials. Zhuofan smiled. Now that we're at war with the Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor, it will work as a good cover for any missing people. I'm slaughtering every city I come across, sending everyone there for sir's cultivation. Zhao Chen nodded. Good, very good. We're at war. Why, yes, so that we get even more ingredient. War is the best way to fool everyone. Please don't blame me for going ahead with this. Zhuofan snickered. Zhao Chen squinted, nodding after a pause. It's fine. Nothing matters so long as you supply me with ingredient. Zhao Chen activated his cultivation method and a dreadful black energy spilled over the people. It wrapped around them before returning over to him, leaving the people to crumble to dust. Zhuofan smiled as he left. Idiot, didn't you always want 9 Serenity's secret records? Now you're training in its core teaching, demon transformation art. Though I did leave one part out. Renounce your old art before training this one. The previous cultivation method would conflict with demon transformation art and you'll be unable to grasp its essence, that all paths have the same destination. You're too rash in cultivating, taking so many lives and others' cultivation without even considering if there's a limit. It's only a matter of time before you suffer for your greed. That's why I didn't impart it to you back then. Now though, haha, have your fill. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.